Politicians want to make their decision, just put those spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to those spoon. Yeah, to those spoon. Yeah, to those spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to those spoon. Yeah, to those spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to those spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to those spoon. Yeah, to those spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? This one you got today. School TV. This one you got today. Listen. School TV. School Bala. Skiddy dabado. School TV. School entertainment. Kuwa. Wese kuwa, go to there. Kuwa, go to there. On the spoon, to get your information. On the spoon, to be
a special one from the CEO standing with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat. On the spoon, to get your information. To the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What you want? This one you got today. School TV. This one you got today. Listen. School TV. Bala. Skiddy dabado. School TV. School entertainment. Kuwa.
25 minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia. This is the Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's premier radio talk show. Wherever it is you're listening to us from, you're welcome to tonight's edition of the Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slanger. You're welcome wherever it is you are listening to us from. We'd love to welcome you to tonight's presentation of Spoon Talk. The CEO and the rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show later, so you can rest assured it promises to be a wonderful edition as always. So for those of you listening to us there in Nimba County, I'd love to say good evening. How are you doing? For those of you listening to us in Maryland, Bapolu County, Bummy, River G, River Cess, Grand Bassa, Lofa, Grand G there, Margibi County, Grand Cape Mount County, and the rest of the counties making up Liberia, including Sino and Grand Cruz. I'd love to say you welcome as well. Monserrado County, you welcome to Liberia's biggest talk show. So for those of you watching us all around the world, before we go to what's on your mind, we want to say hi to folks watching us tonight on Spoon Talk. Let me say hi to Mankula Son. Hope you're doing good. Hi to T. Thiaman W. Torbert watching as well. Godfrey Lamin Kaidi is also watching us tonight on Spoon Talk. Mayi is watching us tonight. Wilberg Dobo is also following us tonight. Augustine Julie Napla. OG Kamara says congratulations. D. Steve is also watching us tonight. Ruben Where You is also here. Ezekiel S. Nibo is watching us from River G County. Halo N. Supu is also following us tonight on Spoon Talk. Ahmed Pastor Barclay Pekin is watching us, as well as Born to Win Vani. Liz Too Bless is also watching us. Nelson Tua. Janisa Tus Gifler Jr. is also following us tonight. Enoch Kekula. Domowa Koli. B. Seyon Jatla. That's B. Seyon Jlate is also watching us tonight. Musa B. Kane. Elijah Vey. Mohammed El Kane. Two Ella brothers, Musa Kane and Mohammed Kane. Florence Taylor is watching us from the USA. Maya Kone is watching us from Douala City. Satapa is watching us from GSA Road, Zubatown Junction. Musu Famule Snyder is watching us from Silver Spring, Maryland. J. Edwin Saki is also watching us from Duport Road. Ajo Messi Awaje is also following us tonight. Says good evening. I'm watching from Atlanta. Yankwe F. Flomo is watching us from Zozo City there in Lofa County, as well as Lawrence Fakoli, who's watching us from Partnersville, Kaba Community, UPC Block D. Jonathan GZ. Okay, Jonathan, I lost your name somewhere there. Okay, Jonathan GZ Plaka is watching us. Nicole Will is also following us tonight, as well as James Bingba. J. Smaller Barrow is watching us tonight, as well as Kindness Kentrick M. Kapi is watching us as well tonight on Spoon Talk. The list is very, very long, so I'm just scrolling back and forth. Beatrice is also watching us. David Franyen is watching us from Atlanta, Georgia. Hawalo Max is watching us from Cardwell. Alex T is following us via YouTube from Silver Spring. Innocent David. Innocent David. Bill Rogers, how are you doing? Success is watching us tonight, as well as Mary Chie. Mino Sando. I got that right. Clara Way is also watching us. Morris Kane. And the rest of the folks. So we have to leave it there for now. We'd love to say welcome to Spoon Talk. The CEO and the rest of the panelists are definitely going to join in. I do see James Samuel Gude Flomo is in the background as well. He's going to join the show to keep us running until the rest of the panelists can join us. Remember, we also do What's on Your Mind. And this morning, decided to just take a tour around Monrovia and its environs, just to see the interactions from citizens as the President of the Republic of Liberia on last night at 11 p.m. did make his speech to concede to soon to be pronounced President-elect officially by the NEC, the Unity Party's standard bearer, Ambassador Joseph Human Boycott, though President Weah did refer to him as president-elect. Yes, we all have to wait for the NEC on Monday to make the official pronouncement, and officially Ambassador Joseph Human Boycott, is going to be pronounced and referred to as president-elect until he is inaugurated, sworn into office as the 26th president of this great nation of ours. So, James, all of the conversations I listened into, so I was dropping as I was walking by, was all about the election, the pronouncement. If you go on social media, 98% of what you see is just about these elections that we held in our country. I know which one to call because you do this to me, so you're going. That is the most trending thread on social media. And then the most interesting one I saw, somebody posted, because you reduce the number of sticks in a spaghetti pack from 475 to 350, you going. So I asked myself, how did the person count the number of sticks in
Damo? I think Damo is facing technical problem. Well, folks, we want to welcome you again to another beautiful edition. Damo will be coming back. I think that's an internet problem. I'm a rookie. Sometimes you expect things like that. So I want to welcome all of you. Tonight is another beautiful night for Liberians to gather on this platform and talk about the issues that matter. And the team is going to be joining us very soon. They're going to be here to talk more. We went through a lot. The nation was practically divided. You had seditious and you had a united partisan one way. And at the end of the day, we have a leader. At the end of the day, we have a leader. And the next step right after this is reconciliation, reconcile the country, move on, forget about you are a united partisan, you are sedition. We don't want to live in a country again where if you are working in the United Party administration, you don't want to be seen with seditions. You don't want to be seen around the likes of Carlos Gray, former representative, Mayor Jefferson Koji, and so forth. You don't want to be seen around them because you fear that when you are seen around those people tomorrow, you will lose your job. We don't want to live in a country where you cannot talk to your colleagues who are in the opposition. We want a country or a government of inclusion where we will once again meet at the Ataye shops to talk the issues that matter. We who can club, we go to the club. Those who can do other things, they go. We meet as brothers and sisters and put Liberia first. So the team will be here to begin a new conversation as we move gradually to the inauguration that is expected to take place in January. That's going to be in my birth month. I'm very lucky. All presidents of Liberia in recent time and beyond have always used my birth month. So we who were born in that month, we are very important to the Liberian society because it is during our time that presidents are inaugurated in our country, and it will continue like that till the world comes to an end. So Dama is going to be coming back, and the inauguration is expected to take place, and I know that is going to be one of the most colorful events in the history of Liberia. We saw outgoing President George Manuel Weah's inauguration at the Samuel Kando Stadium that was packed to capacity. I don't know where the Unity Party will take its inauguration, or where the country will be. They're not Unity Party now. Where the country will take its inauguration, we are yet to know the venue, but we saw how Liberians came out to glorify, to celebrate outgoing President Weah during his inauguration. So we are expecting similar or more than that, because we saw the number of people who came out to vote in the runoff election. We are expecting a colorful event, and I'm very sure that President-elect Joe Walker is doing nothing else but in consultations with others from his administration as we speak, in collaboration with the current administration, in order to have a smooth transition. That is what we want. We want a country where a president will turn over to another person and say, yes, welcome on board. And it was a pleasure serving my people. So again, the CEO is in the bag already. Damo, welcome back. Yeah, data. When we were in Liberia, when that happened to us, we was in my man, or we finished steam and data. We finished steam and data.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't data.
Yeah, but you know that's the normal way we do it in Liberia, right? When you are on the internet, something happens to you. The next thing, no stop on the steam and data again.
We can
Yeah,
call it.
so
Yeah,
we were
harmonized
awaiting you.
data.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're talking about stealing. So I said this time we can say they've harmonized the data. So
Like one thing I'm thinking about, anyways, the new administration will come up with its plan. Whether harmonization is going to remain in place, or downsizing is going to come, whether it's going to be downsizing versus harmonization or so forth. You freeze again? Yeah. So we're looking up to the new administration. I think we saw downsizing during the first Unity Party regime,
yes,
right? Yes, they did. They did that.
but the
Like I
question
was saying, right, while we are waiting the team to come on,
is,
when we were in Liberia during the CDC administration, folks in government were afraid to be seen with the likes of Mo Ali, Senator Dillon, and so forth. They were afraid to be seen among opposition members, with the fear that if they were seen, they would lose their job. I think a police officer even lost his job because his daughter, according to him, his daughter was playing with his phone, and I think they liked Dillon post or posted something about Senator Dillon. His daughter posted it on his page, and when the administration saw it, it became a problem for him, and at the end of the day, he was dismissed from the force. So we don't want a government again like that.
yeah. So the CEO is on. I had wanted to say something, so let me just say
Go
it for
ahead.
a
I think
minute.
he's on call.
When you find out that people interacting with others from the opposing side puts their jobs at risk, it just shows the serious mistrust that exists between those from the same party. You understand that
Yeah.
they must be able to be 100% hypocrites. You know, that is something we don't want to see. That is more like a fascist kind of government, like a neo-Nazi kind of thing. It was during the Hitler days and Benito Mussolini and those rest of those dictators that you needed to sing Hosanna, Hosanna, and not be seen with certain people in order not to be considered a traitor. So for that kind of relationship, for that kind of deep divide to have been an issue, I know somebody who lost their job because they watched and commented on a Costa show. He was at LEC. That brother called back and forth, back and forth. He wanted to address the issue because, according to him, it wasn't even him.
Yeah.
It was someone else who cloned an account just like his, used the same Facebook picture and everything, and did a comment under the Costa show, and he was fired from LEC. That is not a good thing. That people cannot be friends because they are from opposing sides. That you have to have undercover friendship
Yeah.
You know, you must, as a professional, you must conform to certain party values. You know, you should wear something to identify, like the way the people used to wear armbands with the Nazi sign on it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. That's not what we want to see. People should be able to freely affiliate with others. But the moment you affiliate with somebody from the opposite side, you are determined to be like a traitor. You are a spy. And those are things for people that are
And,
in crisis.
and they will give and they will say persona non grata. And that in
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Yeah. Persona non grata. And you done. Kick you out. But listen, Damon, good day. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you, Boomburger.
Boom breaker all the way. Oh, I was bringing the black belt up here. Where did I put it?
Oh, but then you lose.
Yeah,
You
black
lose.
belt.
If you didn't lose
Can you
it.
call that? Can you call that clip when Nelson was crying? Can you call it, please?
Yeah, I can go and look for that clip and cut it out. Yeah.
It's right there. Call that thing when Nelson was crying. Jim, we're not hearing you. Nelson was crying seriously today.
I said
Nelson,
where he crashed.
Nelson was crying because Joseph Walker won the election.
Oh, Nelson are using it by the sun.
James, I've got a record that people will need to.
I didn't cry yesterday. Get it right. I didn't cry yesterday.
I made Boomburger to cry.
No, I didn't
Just
cry
few hours
yesterday.
later, Nelson cried. They call me Sammy Michin Pepe. I can make people cry.
No. But go back to the clip. I didn't cry yesterday. I didn't.
You slumped in your chair. You started wiping your face like this. You're wiping. So I think
yes. But I didn't shed tears yesterday. I did. Because you know what? I had an expectation. James, I sent you something. Can you put it up, please? They got in stealing money from Maritime. I want to tell all our folks. I sent you the letter. I think you get the letter to a Diamond. You're going to put it up. They got in stealing $3.5 million from Maritime. Eugene Lane, Nangbe. Yeah. All the signature over here. I want us to pull it up. We got a whole story. Samuel D12, Frank Musa Dane, Eugene Lane, Nangbe. They signed on behalf of the government. They took they had an irrevocable agreement with GT Bank. They're taking away up to $5 million. The first one that came in was $3.5 million. 2 days to the runoff election, Eugene Lane Nambe grabbed the money. He took his family to Ghana. Today he was on the soccer field practicing. They nearly beat the hell out of him. We got this story we will be sharing with you guys. We want you to join us, invite your friends. This is crazy. Understand that Joseph Yima Boaka is president-elect, but George Money, we are still running the government. Am I right, Damo?
Yes.
So Joseph Yima Boaka ain't touched not anything yet. He ain't even touched anything yet. George Money, we are guys and still operating. So we just want to tell you guys this is very important. What my light dim, but I'm I hope CDC not try to make me blind. Yo, let me clean my eye goo. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what my camera looking dim? It's not ready to talk that try to make my camera dim. James, you can see me? It's in the chat room, Diamond. Check in the discussion chat room. Okay. James, you can see me? Yeah, but I know maybe that James. When James not on the show, I can be looking really good. So now you come down at Tabata. Let us share the show. We're going to have a good program today, everybody. Yesterday, Eugene Fagon went to the club. He drank and he was throwing up. Is that on news? Should we give the information to the people? Huh? James, you got to unmute yourself, man. I'm talking about myself. That way, is that on news that Eugene Fagon went to the club and he was throwing up?
When that happened?
Maybe he has stomach bug, but at news, because Fagon is a name. In news, we look at names as well.
Last time, Jay, who the person passing by you there? Who that get?
Yeah, again.
Jay, you go show me battle. I saw the person pass by you, Jay. You show me battle.
Nobody passed there.
Jay, the king, and you told them to go back.
No,
take your camera in the corner. No, let me laugh. You take your camera off. That meant to camera off.
Hey, God, let it
Let
do
me
that.
take camera down.
Let it do this.
Jay, listen, let's go back to the clip. Everybody saw the person passing by you. You
And
did
two,
it.
no, that the two things were there.
Jay, don't show up water bottle, man. Don't show up water bottle. We saw the thing clear.
No, the hat was looking so
And as I
aggressive.
turn your camera, then you go turn the camera off.
No, I was trying to show something and then my hand pressed the off button.
James, you've been in the background for almost 1 hour. So if to be
Bro,
an
that was showing. Address it. It's still showing, sir.
That business. Then you see, Mommy Rawa said, I saw her. Jay, everybody saw her.
Let it go back to the clip and bring a video.
We'll go back. It's on
you
clip.
shouldn't take the video down because in a habit when you take the
then
video.
you say the pure hag. I was say you take. We saw her. She had a pink dress on too, a pink pants.
But,
You just
but
did it.
yeah.
Mama, I can see a black. Change the juice and get to us, mama.
Nobody here. I would like to use.
Hey, come here, man. Let's see. Look at you. Don't put it together. Oh. Right in the mirror. You saw that?
And I mean that. I'm not here in the mirror. Nobody is out.
Oh man, folks, come and join Spoon Talk tonight. It would be very interesting. We got Minister Watercody coming on. We got Prince Maxwell today. Dr. Richardson is off. She attended a funeral. She had a family, and she met this little girl. The guy said, "I want to be like you, Dr. Richardson. Can I have a picture with you?" We're going to show that. I think you got that, Damon. You guys in the discussion room. You can put it up. We have some critical question. Why the government of Liberia, through Eugene Lane Nangwe, Samuel D. Twe, Frank Musa Dane, why they agreed to collect 3.5 million United States dollars through the maritime fund that went through GT Bank. Is this a critical time, man? I think the president-elect should put a moratorium on everything. Stop something greater than $5,000. James,
He can do it now.
He can do it through the transition period. He can do it. But Dama, he can do it, right?
Yeah, the transition period has now begun until NEC can officially declare him.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree that Monday they will officially declare and we'll put things together. I agree. But
So
we should still hold the guys responsible. Why Eugene Nangwe, Samuel Twe, and Frank Musa Dane, according to this document, they just took $3.5 million 2 days to the runoff election. 2 days. 2 days to the runoff election. So we got so many questions, and Liberians need to ask them this question. And this is not a game. We have the letter. So let's talk more here, and then we will get into this conversation where everybody join us tonight. See, Minister Woodcutting in the back. Prince Maxwell will be coming on. Duadu will be coming on. You just decided Duadu go attend funeral. Stephen Johnson will be joining us. Again, Liberians, we promise you, we will hold these guys' feet to the fire. We will. It is important. We have to do this. It's wrong. Absolutely wrong. I mean, you call the thing again. I say the thing of Gui, he took the heading for that, Damo. Why you took the heading from that, Damo? Yeah, pull that one. Look at the amount. 3.5 million. Hey, man.
But still, the picture that I sent, they heading there. They heading
Yeah,
there.
I can see. I just see him. I remember my eye doing something today. CDC tried to make me blind. How you doing, Minister Wolokoli, the mother of Samara Wolokoli? How you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Only way you get described.
But man, everybody in the crossfire now. No letting down. Everybody in the crossfire. Listen.
I am the mother.
I agree. And that's why I'm introducing you. The mother of Samara Wolokoli.
Yes.
The soon-to-be former deputy minister that Joey refused to fire because he was giving Joey money every time he gets his cut. He gave Joey. So, but I'm sorry, man. We ain't talking about your son. taking everything in you to appear on Spoon, because every time you come, I introduce you that way, that you are the mother of Samara Woodacoli, which of course is true. And Samara's father is Dusty Woodacoli, which of course is true. Samara Ann is Woodacoli. Is she a justice? She justice now, right? She on the bench, right?
Who?
Let me mind my business. Let me mind my business. that was my mama business, Andrew, mama. Oh, Prince Maxwell.
Stanton, the salt and pepper man.
I mean, that the mother coming today?
Yes, I reached out to him. He will respond to you very soon.
Is he coming in today?
I don't know that. I'm waiting for a lawyer to get back to me, but he's fully aware already about coming on Spoon.
We got to ask him.
See you.
I mean, yeah.
The result from the rerun polling center in Nimba.
Yeah.
It's out. I'll just send it to you. I know you already might do have it, but I already sent it. So
you know why I'm not even looking at it? Because I'm not interested.
It's useless.
the one I'm holding your announcement.
Yeah, but they will give it Monday. They will give it Monday. Yeah, even so on the reward, CDC got 4, UP got 53. Pull it up, Damo. Pull it up. Just for the fun of it, pull it up, Damo.
Another thing you are now looking at, the room that George we have voted in at Kennedy, room 7.
Joseph Boyka beat him.
Joe Boyka beat him in our room. In the room that he voted in.
Yeah. That's the first time. Joe Boyka beat him all the time in that room.
Yeah.
But you know what is interesting? Duadu, welcome to the show. And you guys hang with me a little bit. Someone sent me a message today, right? You know now we're gonna have another election because Jeremiah Kuhn is a vice president now.
Yeah.
So the question remains, and this the people of Nimba are about to test the leadership style of Jeremiah Kuhn and Prince Johnson. That's it. And even those who somebody talking in the back. And even so, guess what happened? President-elect Joseph Yima Boyka will have to be involved with the decision-making process because this is where we are. Who's going to be running for that seat? Either Gongo will just mess herself up and she spoiled her name by joining Joe we are.
CEO going to be giving that seat. The Nimba people going to be giving that seat to Yan Twanyon. He played a very important role.
You want us to start the conversation? No, hold on, guys. Let's do it 1-1. Yan Twanyon ran against Prince Johnson. He came second. Among them all. He had almost 88,000 votes.
Yeah.
So if you understand, this is the man that said, I will leave everything to support Joseph Yima Boyka, my brother Jeremiah Kuhn, my uncle Prince Johnson. Who can put forth? I leave it with you guys. Let's have the conversation. Let's start the minister from Nimba County first. Minister, what call you go first?
Yes. We'll be getting the Yan Twanyon. I'm not going to say Gonglo because Gonglo is running. He wants to run to be president. So maybe he'll run again in 2029. But for right now, to balance the equation in Nimba County, Yan Twanyon fall between the middle age people and the youth. So they're going to be supporting. This is the man that won. He came in and he supported United Party. He left everything. He didn't ask for anything. Everything how he gave it. And he offered his services to United Party in Liberia. And the young people of Nimba will give that seat to Yan Twanyon.
Stanton, while you sleeping? Look,
no, I'm reading something that was
okay. I think it was a political agreement with the likes of Prince Johnson, but Mr. Twanyon is in the position. This is not an argument. He's in the position. He's already been tested. Like I said, I think he got about 56,000 votes against Honorable Prince Johnson. And across the country, and the state mama said there has to be a balance in Nimba County. And I think this time is appropriate. The argument, anybody who goes against Yan, I think you'll be wasting your time because he's been tested. He's been proving If he can get that much vote out of Nimba County, I think he's going to win, especially if Prince Johnson and Honorable Cone support him.
So that bad election. Let me hear you, Prince Maxwell. I mean, everybody going to side, but people are saying no, though. And I mean, you got no choice, because if this man came second to Prince Johnson, then what can you do for the entire county? Prince Maxwell.
Well, first and foremost, let's go back to my premise. I've always preached that the young people are of the age to take out the mantle of leadership. Most of them are ripe to take up the leadership, and Yan Toyin is no exception to that. The fact that he has put his foot in the race and he's done extremely well. As a matter of fact, Yan Toyin is a personal friend of mine. I know him very, very well, but I'm not judging him based on personal relationship. I'm judging him based on his professional articulation and the way in which he has cemented himself in the mindset of the local people in Nimba County, respecting the tradition of Nimba County and the old folks in Nimba County. I think he has set his path towards victory. I just saw a photo of him with the incoming vice president and respecting Prince Johnson. So I think that he has succumbed to the traditional understanding of the Nibanians, and I think they will embrace him as a young son and bring him on board. So I put it at a 51% right now in terms of his possibility of winning, because he's laying the foundation to that effect.
Wow.
When I went to Nimba County during the campaign period, when we were doing the nationwide opinion polls, Yan Toyin was a name mentioned by most of the youth in Nimba County, respectively cities that we visited, Ganta, Saninkole, and Saklepi at the time. He was mentioned. But the fact that Madam Edith Gonglo also did come second to Senator Prince Johnson in Nimba County as well. We'll see whether she will be testing the waters to see if she could go against Yan Toyin. But from all indications, he's going to get the support of Senator Prince Johnson and the support of then Vice President Jeremiah Bankun. So that means it's going to be an uphill battle for whoever it is that is going to go against Yan Toyin. From all indications, that is not going to change. That agreement has already held water a long time ago. That is why you saw him throw his weight and all of that behind. Because what is going to be preached during that campaigning period is one Mana senator, one Gio senator, and united Nimba. That is going to be the prime message that is going to be preached during that campaigning period, even if it's going to be worth going for a campaign period. So
that is a good point about the Nimba Kwado. And I think that's why people will bring in Nimba Kwado. Steven, we are talking about now the by-election that is coming up. We already have our vice president-elect Jeremiah Pankun. His seat will be open. Talk to us. Folks are saying now, I don't want to call this guy.
No, Center. I got a problem with Stevie. Stevie was smoking cigar and people were attacking me. Stevie, your please start smoking cigar. They say you're already rich. I got nothing to do with it. I don't want to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I don't want to mess the man name. That's why I'm not calling it, because somebody said man name or
no. With Damon's analysis, I voted in Nima. To be precise, I voted in Kanta, and on election night, you could see the trend. Most of the polling places in Kanta, Yan was leading Senator Johnson by double digits. And so that wave continued all across the Manor Belt, which is the Kanta, Saninkole, and those Manor Belt area. Yan was really in the lead. Senator Johnson took a commanding lead in the Gio Belt. Now, Yan's endorsement of the rescue train is the icing on the cake, because it essentially closes the argument as to who will be the next. Now, Yan, let us not forget that Yan was able to pull over 56,000 votes in the just ended by-election. Now, with the UP endorsement, Yan it will be the eventual senator. Now, and that will even mean that Senator Johnson and VP-elect Jeremiah Kuhn, both of whom are senators already, if they throw their weight behind Yan, there's nothing going to stop him. He's going to be the next senator of the county. I don't see any possibility of big sis either way in these elections. The choice she made in the runoff might have hindered any real change she had, and I think the people of Nima are resolved. We saw it being presented in their numbers. You saw the kind of number that the United Party, as an alliance with the MDR and other political party,
was able to accrue in Ghana over 150 or 145,000 plus. So anybody who the rescue team will endorse as the senatorial candidate is the eventual winner of the by-elections in Nimba.
Again, what is Duado? The man are saying that he's smoking pipe and he going. But again, folks, this is very serious. The people Nimba Quado going to come together, like Diamond said. Mano, one hand, Gio, another hand. They will come together and they will re-establish. And listen, I think the guy is a nice guy. The fact that he said, you know what, I'm going to support you, JMB, speak volume, and this thing is over.
He's originally a Unity Party member.
But that is over. And we'll bring him on the show. We'll talk to Nya. Oh, God, my God. Nya Twine.
Nya Twine.
Yeah, Prince Master, don't spoil the man's name. The man's name is not Yan Tono. The man name is Yan Twine.
Yan Twine.
Yeah, Twine.
That's a man name.
Yeah. I beg you, honorable. Your name is Yan Twine. Yan Twine. Yeah, but I remember the man saying Yan Tono. That man name, the man is Yan Twine. Hey, but don't do this to us, man.
Yeah, if you're listening, just accept it. That's how Stanton is.
I would just say, yeah, I'm a man. But guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Spoon Talk again. Your program. The people listen to us. This is what we do best. Election is over. Okay? We're going to go into this thing, buckle up. If you don't understand that language, we say bit by bit, small. We'll do that. Because we got to set the stage right now. Liberians depend on Spoon Network. They will call the final result on Monday. Good day, can you put a result up for Nimba? Let's see what happened. How much vote Joe we are getting? Maybe it will allow him to take over. But you put it on now. I mean, we can see that in the one that people tap. That's why you say pull up. You have it too, right? So Joe Manuel, we got 4 votes. And Jose Imabaga got 53. Was it necessary to go for a recount?
All right, okay, Joe. We are all the bottom 4. The 20 or the 20.
No, for the record, for the record, it's necessary.
So you want to get Joe everything?
30 plus additional 5,000 human beings for Dash.
Amen. You know, when the show starts, we love to do small teasing here and there. And you guys, please bear with me. Somebody sent me something, right? And when they sent me this thing, I said, seriously? But that person looked like Andrew Mama, and I was arguing. I said, this person looked like Minister Wodokori, Jemama Wodokori. And I said, Stanton, no. Hey, but Dwalu, what are you doing, man? You cooking, you're in and out. I want you to speak on this. I beg you, my man. The man cooking, you're in and out. And folks, can you help me? Is this Jemama Wodokori? Can you please help me? I beg you. Is this Jemama Wodokori? Or am I making a mistake?
No. That is Associate Justice James Etta.
Is that her sister?
Mama,
No, but somebody gotta help me. No. I will not put the picture down. Listen, I'm thinking, do I have 2 aunties?
Yes, you got 2 aunties. Guess what?
The woman name is James Etta too. So
yeah,
James Mama is James Etta.
She is the second wife. I'm the first wife.
I can do it. We gotta set this thing up. I'm seeing her honor, James Etta H. Wolokoli, Associate Justice, Supreme Court, Republic of Liberia. Am I making a mistake? Is this the woman that's sitting in the studio today? Can somebody help me?
No.
Hello.
There's the second wife. I'm the head wife.
Boy.
I'm the head wife. She's the second wife.
But the public has me, so the public let all the James Etta, James Mama, everything will be James.
Avec la goût au monde.
Wait. We
This
gotta
is
bring
the
Dustin
song
Williams.
that you will be here, baby.
Wait. We gotta bring Dustin Williams on. So the papa, the only way he can go with you is say your name get James.
Yeah,
So
Jay.
you your name?
Everyone after Mickey with Jay.
Hey.
Hey. All right, folks. Listen, this is the spoon talk. That's my own other enter, James Enter Cody. That's my enter right there too. I get James Mama, I get James Enter, and she's the associate justice. She is. All right. So listen, this is the spoon talk. We gotta laugh. Election is over. We gotta joke and laugh. But again, we appreciate her services to the nation. A good woman, a wonderful lady. To her, we say we salute James Etta Woodacuddy, this Justice James Etta Woodacuddy. All right, Jemima, let's get back to business. There's an important story out there, and maybe Prince Maxwell that been working in the diplomatic field, Dwalu that understand the business, Henry Stephen Johnson will help us. Let's discuss this. We received this information, guys. It's in the chat room. Stephen, let me send it to you, but we'll put it up. Can you put it up, Damo? And I will send it to Jemima Woodacuddy as well. For us to understand, yes, the letter is two. Can you do it one at a time? Cut it into two. Maybe it will be better. Then we'll read it better. But it's in the chat room, Dwalu. It's in the chat room. Something from Maritime. Something from Maritime, which of course is not good. The guys then just withdraw from GT Bank another 3.5 million others. We are not doing right when it comes to our brother Stephen. Stephen, let me send it to you. I want you to read it, and then we will share it with everybody. They took 3.5 million. 2-3 days to the election. Our friend, all right, Stephen, you got it. I just sent it to you, both copies. Let me send it to Angie Mama. All right, let me send it to Angie Mama. So the question here is, I know you are reading the Prince Maxwell, and you are also reading the Dwalu. Yeah. Let me start with you, Dwalu.
Yeah.
This is information, and we have bank records. Is that a reason why Minister Woodacuddy in the back, Dama?
There was a production reason why she was in the back, but she's okay now.
Oh no, that's fine. I'll just check it. Can you share with her the information, Dama? You have it too, please.
Yeah, sure, I will.
All right. So let's talk about this real quick, guys. Stephen, you got it. It's in your WhatsApp. All right, Dwalu, come in.
Look,
I want to start with you.
The first thing I want people, let's get the information right, Stanton. This is not even money they took. This is a debt that was created for the Maritime, which is the Governmental Republic of Liberia. So the money is not actually the money that was sitting there. They created a debt. And this is a bond issue. So you owe somebody this money. So now GT Bank issued this money. And guess what? This treasury bond is expected to pay something north of $5 million back. That provided they stay with the agreement. Now, if they go outside the confines of this agreement, obviously there will be a climb in the interest rates and penalties and fees as it relates to this bond. Now, the only question I have regarding this is,
Dwalu, continue. Let me put that dog outside, Dwalu, please.
Yeah, what's the rationale? What's the rationale behind them taking this money? That's the first question. The justification for taking this money, who's justifying this? Now, why does the Maritime need this money? We know the Maritime does not need this money. This money was funneled through Maritime and channeled back to CDC operatives so they can run campaign or take quote-unquote part of the last shopping. But I want Liberian people to listen to me carefully. This is a burden that was created in the 90th minute of this administration, with the exception of the money already taken from NASCORP, Liberian Retirement Account. This will not be the end of it. For the next 6 to 7 weeks until these boys turn over power, they are going to deplete every single account in the country. This is dangerous. Now, 7 to 9 months after the new administration takes power, there will be no money anywhere. How is the government expected to run? We don't know. We understand Ellen Johnson Sirleaf left $156 million in the account, and then they expected a $30 million generator, monthly, to be able to run the government. These boards have set everything in reverse. How are we going to do it? I don't know. Honorable Boycott, this is why he was elected. He has to make the tough decisions. The found Liberia best and brightest. Prince or Sis Jemima.
I mean, what can I say about it? You've already said everything that needs to be said on this issue of this $3.5 million to accrue at $5 million repayable. We are in the last minute, and a lot of financial transaction, illicit financial transaction is going to happen without the coordination of the incoming government. That is going to put the incoming government into a serious peril. I know this fully well because it happened, it nearly happened before. The only reason why it did not happen is because the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government made public what our public finance instruments were and what was in the account. Right now, the outgoing government has not done that. So we don't know what the key issues will be. Going forward, I don't know whether there are any legal instrument in our transitional process that prohibits such at this moment. But if that is not the case, then it is going to be difficult to stop these on illicit financial transaction that is happening right now. So, Dwalo, you've said everything that you need to say. I think the Liberian people have heard that already. And I think that this is going to become a sticker issue as we go forward. And I don't know as to whether the incoming administration is already in contact with the incumbent outgoing administration on these issues. Because right now, the Liberian people are very concerned about what will be happening to their public finance as the days go on. Thank you.
You muted, sir. You muted.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So let's set this thing up. And I like the fact that Dwalu said that we got to read it. Let's put the first page up. And Liberians, this is very important to every one of us. Welcome to the show, Mame. Mame, this is in the chat room. You guys, in Washington, D.C., dealing with folks, this have called the attention of, Spoon, that we should ask the government and ask the government of Liberia as to, the withdrawal of this 3.5 million from GT Bank. It is very clear. This document was signed, like folks need to see. We need to set this up. It was signed by Samuel Toy, Frank Musa Dean, and Eugene Lane Nangwe. Samuel Toy is a finance minister. Frank Musa Dean, you understand, justice minister. Eugene Lane Nangwe, commissioner, general Liberia Maritime Agency. Now, let's read it for those in the radio line to understand. Then we'll come to Minister Wodokodi and Abula Mame. I believe Stephen have not spoken. Any of you guys can see it clearly. If you're on your computer, can you please read it?
Okay, let me, on my phone here, let me read it. I'm not going to read it here. I'm just going to go irrevocable debt and payment instructions. Dear Mr. Enekwe, I think that's the managing director for the bank in Liberia. We, the government of the Republic of Liberia Maritime Authority, LEMA, having received funding from the Treasury bond issued by the Central Bank of Liberia with a total value of $3.5 million, United States dollar, exclusive of all bank charges and interest, and herewith agreed that the tenor for the Treasury bond is 45 days and the security for Treasury bond is $5 million. Liberian Maritime Authority fund expected to be domiciled in Liberian Maritime Authority account held with GT Trust Bank Liberia Limited. The government of Liberia Maritime Authority herewith placed Guarantee Trust Bank Limited on notice that the total treasury bond to be issued by the Central Bank of Liberia shall be on behalf of Liberia Maritime Authority to Guarantee Trust Bank Liberia Limited. The government of Liberia further covenant that the primary source of redeeming the treasury bond issued by the Central Bank of Liberia is an irrevocable debt and the payment instruction duly executed by Government of Liberia Maritime Authority to Guarantee Trust Bank Limited to apply to all inflows. Liberia revenue contribution to the Government of Liberia, which emanates from Liberia International Shipping and Corporation Registry, LISCA. The tenor should not exceed 45 days with automatic debit on Lama Guarantee Trust account upon receipt of the inflow from LISCA Atlantic Finance Investment. I'm almost done. In view of the above, Government of Liberia Maritime Authority herewith issue this irrevocable debt payment instructions to Guarantee Trust Bank Liberia Limited in respect of payment due from the Government of Liberia via the Central Bank of Liberia to be purchased of the Government of Liberia Treasury bill value at $3.5 million may as follow. To tell the instruction that by the irrevocable debt payment instruction guarantee trust, Liberia Limited is herewith authorized by the Government of Liberia and Liberia Maritime Authority to effect debit payment on Liberia Maritime Authority's account to the extent of the amount of the treasury bond issued by the Government of the Republic of Liberia, the Central Bank of Liberia, that the irrevocable debt payment instruction shall remain in place until the full liquidation of the treasury bond as contained in the treasury certificate issued to Guarantee Trust Bank of Liberia by the Central Bank of Liberia. Number 3, that this irrevocable debt payment instruction, the Government of Liberia, Liberia Maritime Authority waive all rights. Can you imagine? And the bank does not have to seek any written consent to execute this instruction. Number 4, and the last one, in consideration of the issuance of the treasury bond, the Liberian Maritime Authority shall pay to Guarantee Trust Bank Limited a transactional fee in addition to the $3.5 million, $350,000. In consideration thereof, we, the undersigned, append our signatures validating the issuance of the irrevocable debt payment instructions. And sometimes it's important that people understand what the word irrevocable trust or payment means. That means that you can't do nothing.
You cannot do nothing.
Yeah, you can't do nothing. In fact, anything you want to do, you do it. That's what it means.
You finished?
I'm feeling.
All right, so guys, now here's the beauty of this thing. It is important for us to understand this is wickedness in high places. Let me hear from you, Stephen. You have not spoken on this yet.
So, Stanton, this one of the most critical time in any political transition is that 60-day window between when the election ends and when inauguration takes place. And this is not just applied to only money leaving accounts and going to other places, but also government assets. There are reports out there, and this is why I wanted you to announce on the show. There are reports out there that even officials of government have started to remove license plates from government issued vehicle, and now replacing them with private and commercial license plate. So when you see, for instance, the maritime at this critical point is trying to do these kinds of transactions, it's important for us now to move quick, especially as the government elect to begin to set up a transitional team. We don't have a long window to celebrate. We have a very short window considering the fiscal position the country is in. And so the longer we wait to begin to set up these transitional teams to start to work closely with these institutions, the worse it becomes for the new administration, because the government, for example, has failed to pay its obligation to the loan from the IMF, the external credit facility loan. The government has defaulted by 60 days, meaning that the government of Liberia now is suspended by the IMF for any further funds. So the fiscal position of the country is in a terrible state, and so this is the Gorbachev window. This is the period where, if you are not smart, if the new government elect does not move swiftly to begin to set up a transitional team that will work closely with this agency, and then this is a recipe for where people can now start to move resources from public accounts into private account. I would think that the window of celebration we have since yesterday is short. Between now and next month, I will.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Jamo, what are you saying?
For you to mute.
echo. There is echo coming in.
Okay,
Feedback.
okay.
I think
Okay.
Prince Max. Oh,
Prince.
no, you're mute. Yeah,
Mm.
Okay,
muted.
thank you. All right.
Yeah, so the window we have to operate is short because we first thing is people expect that elections will be over in October. Unfortunately, given our recent political history and how our electoral demographic is structured, we've always seen election move to a runoff. Now, that runoff considerably eats into a transitional period. So by the time the runoff is over, you're already in December, technically. So you only have 30 days in December. Now, mind you, by the 15th of December, most of these financial institutions begin to close their books for the calendar year. So you have a very, 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 very short window to operate.
So let me ask you this, okay? And these are the questions we put together. Maybe you guys can help, okay? What was the 3.5 million for? Who requested the amount?
Correct.
You guys can read it though.
Yeah.
And I want you guys to answer this question. It's very important. I see that we have our minister back. Let's hear her, then we'll go into this question.
Yeah.
Because I will bring to your attention, on the 11th, they make the first withdrawal. On the 13th, they make another withdrawal. Okay? Is this transaction legal? What's the issue? I mean, what was so, and Eduardo, you got it right because you said, what was so important that they're going to collect this money and pay a huge interest amount on it?
Yes,
So
it is.
let me take this-
Another thing you want to understand, there's a 350,000 transactional fees that went to GT Bank, in addition to the interest rate that's going to be paid on this amount. But another thing I want you to understand is, why is GT Bank facilitating this, literally almost a crime at this end of the time? So these banks also have to be held accountable. If you're in a fashion, if they're facilitating people withdrawing on the account of Liberia, because Liberians have to pay for this money. So GT Bank will have some consequence to explain as well.
So because we got a year from Mame left again, let me bring in Minister Wodokodi. Now, these are the three guys that signed on those documents. This is Samuel Tue, okay? He signed on it, finance minister. They were happy to get that money. This is Eugene Lin Nangbe, okay? The men are playing soccer today in Ghana and they boo him. They ran after he had to leave the field. This is Eugene Lin Nangbe, Commissioner General for Maritime. They negotiated for that amount. And surprisingly, though, this is Frank Musadin. So you think they involve Frank Musadin because they wanted to prove that this is legal? But the question remains, and we'll go to Minister Wodokodi. What was the 3.5 million for? Can we get some answer? Can we look into the fact that Justice Minister is signing on to this thing? You know, guys, Minister Wodokodi, talk to us because then we'll go into the question.
Stanton, like I said yesterday, I think I made a mention. I made mention of the government coming and taking money out of the coffers. And I said to the Liberian people that they will have to give Ambassador Joseph Human Biker time to recuperate because they are going to drain the country dry. So I was trying to speak to the Liberian people conscience and also to the patients to tell them that people will have a little bit of patience because we're taking over the government, it's going to be empty because CDC will take up all the money and mismanage it. And that's exactly what we're seeing today. They're going to the covers and they're taking our money. Now, our duty, I don't know whether they have a law to do that, but I know our duty. So set up a team right now, a transitional
team.
Work with the government to say as of now. When they announced that announcement on Monday, we should have that team set up right now. All our accountants, the financial people to start working with each ministry and everybody in the government. Other than that, we'll be into deep trouble. We're already into trouble because they have already taken money from Metal Steel in advance, 65 million. Then they took 44 million from what they call it, Beer Mountain. They took that money just recently before the election. I happen to be sitting there somewhere in finance and that money was discussed. So they are going to be doing it even fine soon. Like all the different big companies, they're going to be taking taxes in advance. What do? So we need to set up a transitional team because Nobody understand why Eugene Nangwe, Samuel Toye, and Musa Dinda got so much respect for to align himself with such a deal. What did they take the money off for? Nobody knows. Liberian people money, they have taken it.
So, folks, thank you, Minister Wodo Cordy. And let's get high with this thing. We got to really dig deeper into it. Now, I'm going to bring you in, Prince Maestro, before I go to the Highliner, Stephen Johnson, and Duadu. I know you're a Highliner too, but you're diplomatic. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Prince. Let me bring
It's okay.
in.
It's fine. It's perfectly fine.
Let me bring. Seriously, you're a
that's why I want to
diplomat.
scoop. I've always been proud to be a diplomat. Go ahead.
Yeah, I need somebody to come on this thing from a rough side. Let me bring in Mommy first, and then we'll come back to you, Prince. Mommy,
Okay.
you read the document. You read the document. Here's the thing, though. On the 11th of November, as per our document from GT Bank, they make the first withdrawal. On the 13th, just imagine a day before they run off, they went back to GT Bank and took the second money. If the money was paid after Central Bank issued the 3.5 million treasury bond. You spoke about that. It's in the document. All right. Why do you think Eugene Lane now? The purpose of getting that money now, running to Ghana, and look at the check from GT Bank. Look at the transaction from GT Bank. The amount of money they're giving back to GT Bank. And Duarte, you're damn right. GT Bank need to be questioned. But let's hear from Mommy. Mommy, talk to us.
Yeah, so Steve to go. That will be me pump. Okay, but on a serious note, what we need to investigate is to begin to ask the Liberian Maritime Authority what program was so urgent that they have to take a treasury bill from the central bank to get financing from GT Bank. The second question is to the Central Bank of Liberia. We know you are the bankers bank. You can issue treasury bill for government. What informed your decision? Because this treasury bill is just like a backing. The central bank is basically telling GT Bank, give Liberia Maritime Authority $3.5 million. If they don't pay, I will pay you. But the central bank is making that commitment to GT Bank because the central bank is the channel through which all foreign transfer to government pass through. The payment from Maritime International Payment passes through the central bank before it can go to Maritime Authority. So because they are the source by which Maritime Authority can get money or maritime money can pass through, they are telling GT Bank, gave the government of Liberia give Maritime $3.5 million. If Maritime doesn't pay, I will pay you. And I will even pay you with interest. And that payment will be in 45 days. The fundamental question here is, what is so urgent? What is so urgent that Maritime cannot wait for its payment from the International Maritime Organization and will have to go and take credit from GT Bank? What is the program? What is so urgent? What informed the central bank decision to offer the treasury bill? What did the central bank see to issue the treasury bill? What was pressing Maritime that they have to take this money in the middle of a campaign? These are the investigations. And look at the interest rate. GT Bank too need to be questioned. 45 days interest rate, 10% 45 days. A treasury bill from the central bank. You're not crediting to individual. You're crediting the government. In 10 days, you take 10%. In 45 days, you take 10% interest. This is just one example of the extensive loot that's going on across government. One example. You probably see in several other banks, there are treasury bills lying down there. Some of them will not be funded from the sources that they've identified. The Joe Barker administration will be on an obligation to fund those payments. It's wrong. It comes to the point we're talking about transitional team. Transitional team. We need to continue to emphasize that. Part of the reason why the George Weah administration failed miserably in the first year is because that transitional process collapsed. President Seli set it in motion. As soon as they took over, they abandoned it. So as we're calling out Central Bank, Maritime, and GT Bank on this criminal-related payment, We need to be calling on the Joseph Boakai arrangement to be thinking keenly about the transitional process. It's not only to go and catch criminals. The transitional process is not only to go and catch, it's to understand where these institutions we are taking over from, where they are. It's not only about money business. What operations are in the motion? What are their activities in different programs? What is status? We need to understand those issues before inauguration.
So, listen, guys, and again, let's just set this in motion. Let's cool off because folks are following us. People requesting this document. I'm sharing it with different people within the government. They seem to be blinded, Duadu. People in the government, this was just a cartel deal among the faithful few.
It's important our people understand why central banks issue bonds. There has to be some fiscal policy reasons why central banks will issue bonds. Are we trying to stabilize some inflationary pressures in the country? That's one reason. Are we trying to increase or decrease the central bank commercial debt to purchase debt from commercial banks? There must be a fiscal policy reasons why central banks will issue bonds. So what are those reasons, Stephen? So the issue here is not just because the money is being issued, but there must be some fiscal policy reason why the money are being issued, because the debt is a national debt. It goes into the central bank debt vault. Now, remember now, up till before the election began, we had $1.4 billion in debt. This is what has been generated over the last 6 years under President Weah. Under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, it was approximately $900 million over the span of 12 years. Now, we can see the contrast between Ellen Johnson's borrowing and what she built compared to President Weah borrowing in six years and what he has built. So they don't compare. President Weah is borrowing almost 3 times the amount of money Ellen Johnson Sirleaf borrowed. This is an issue. So there must be a fiscal policy explanation why central banks issue the bond. What are they going to stabilize the inflation? What are they trying to decrease or increase the commercial bank reserves or the central bank reserves? What are they trying to purchase debt back from the commercial banks? A lot of slew of reasons must be given. And I want to know those reasons.
Listen, so here we are. Go ahead, Stephen. We're not hearing you, Stephen. Yeah, do it fast now. We're not hearing you. Prince Maxwell, from the diplomatic standpoint, though, you know these guys. You know Lescott. You know what's happening.
Course.
Talk to us. And we're going to get deeper because there's more to this story. And we know what, imagine, 2 days to the runner. You were asking the question, Abula. 2 days, they put needed money. 3.5 million was an easy way to go and cash out because they needed the extra fund. So again, Prince.
Let's just get to something, right? Liberia is new to transitional period, democratic transitional period. We are new to that. In our history, we've never had a consistent move in transition. Now we've now seen that we are now faced with the legality of transitional period. The criminalization of the transitional period has now been put in place. There is no major criminal law in our country that safeguard, that put out the guardrails when it comes to transitional period. So as the result of that, anyone can run away with anything at this moment. And this is something I know Ambula will be talking about eventually because they are the guys in the legal policy area. We need to figure this out because now we are becoming a full-fledged growing democracy. There will be a next transitional period. People will be running away with cars, people will be running away with money, people will be running away with computers, people will be running away with everything from the government, chairs and everything else. That has to stop. Right now, the George Weah government is putting the incoming Boakai administration on the back foot. We're already seeing that we now have a 3.5 million saga that they have to deal with GT Bank. GT Bank is a legitimate business in the country. If, as Ambula said, if the treasury bond is being used by the central bank for guarantee, any business will accept that. That's a legal process. But the question there is that, is it legal during a transitional period? That's the fundamental legal question that has to be asked. The next thing is, if anybody try to investigate the George Weah administration on this issue right now, the best place you can put this, and I'm anticipating that, will be security. They will create an argument from the perspective of security that we needed that money to provide security during the electionary period. And the question that people have to ask, policy people have to ask, would be, what was the intent? What was the real intent on the security? At what level was the risk to security so maximized that you needed $3.5 million to institute in the public good? What was that for? At the end of the day, that has to be judged. So there's going to be a lot of lapses. As long as we do not have a law on our book to put in place the transitional criminalization, we will always have these problems.
Please, I slightly disagree, but yes, since I'm coming out, I want to say something to that.
No, because I'm trying to understand where, you see, that's why I don't deal with diplomatic people for too long.
Because
okay, but let me bring in Steven, then you can comment.
Like Balu, I slightly disagree with Prince, because when you use the argument that they will argue that they use it for security, then it qualifies under misappropriation, because all monies for maritime are designated for maritime related program. Now, for you to divert it to a different it has to go through a process. Now, the best explanation is, and which is the illegal, is that this was the money used to finance the CDC in the runoff. This was the last eating, because if you look at the timing, the first money comes on the 11th, 3 days before the runoff. The second money comes on the 13th,
on the 13th, yep,
a day before the runoff. Because if there were any national security implication, it was post-election.
I agree.
Pre-election. So the calculation was, and this is the guy's thinking, the calculation all along was, we got this thing, we'll win. So we can cause as sufficient financial damage as we can, and we'll have 6 years to cover up. And so this election result shocked them. They were not prepared for this transition. And so what you're going to see happening in the next couple of days is, you're going to see people trying to burn financial documents. You're going to see people trying to burn paper trail. You're going to see this thing because the dug themselves so deep criminally in financial impropriety, to the extent that the transition happened without them believing that Bouaka or the opposition will win. Many of them thought that George Weah was president for 12 years and that Bouaka will be defeated, the opposition will be defeated. So what we can do, let dig hole in the Liberian term, let dig hole will cover hole. Now, this is why even the IMF, the government payment to service the loan to the IMF in the last 60 days, they've not paid. And the IMF has suspended Liberia under the ECF. So this is the problem. Now, I would think in terms of transition, right? There are best practices in transitions. There are financial and financial management or strategy you can use in transition. For instance, even if it is not a government transition, even if it's just an office transition, there are things you can do to be able to put yourself in sync or understand the historicity of a particular office. So in this case, President-elect Bouaka has to set up a management team to be able to understand several things. Mame talked about one. The conundrum of money movement will happen in the case where people will have money hangings in other projects that you may not be necessarily aware of. So by the time they change hands, they still communicate using the legal email with those people. For instance, Stephen is a minister, right?
Let's say within the 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, let me just see if it's a minister. The transition happened, and I still have my .gov email, right? The government of Liberia is not aware that there was a communication between me and a foreign investor while serving as minister. The foreign investor is not also aware that there has been a transition. So those are the complicated aspects of the whole transition that the team, that President-elect Bouaka will have to look at, not just internally, but also the global cash flow of programs and projects that are bringing monies into the country to be able to understand, or else that transition will be long and meandering, and if we're not careful, it might affect us after January 22nd.
All right, so thank you very much. Dualu, you want to, before you do this, Dualu, let me show to our folks that are watching us. This is Samuel Toye. You understand, you know who he is. One of the guys signing this document. This is Eugene Lane Nangbe. You understand the one that took the $3.5 million. And again, because of this guy, Maxwell is trying to play safe because of Eugene Nangbe. And I'll push Maswell on this one. We'll talk
No,
about it later.
no,
But because of Eugene language, so we got to be
no,
very careful here. You see, I can operate, Steven. I call
no.
spade a spade, Steven, because this is how it is. Now, this is a surprising end to this one. Guess what? Musa Dean, who
Exactly.
is the legal representative for Leska? Who represented Leska that I know of? Which law firm representing Leska? We'll get to it later. But I just want to get your attention. If you look on this document, you see Mr. Samuel D. Twe, Minister of Finance, Mr. Frank Musa Dean, Minister of Justice, Mr. Lin Eugene Nangbe, Commissioner General, Liberal Maritime Agency, Prince Maxwell, Big Brother. Right there. You understand where we're coming from. Dualu talk to us. This is big.
Yeah, my brother Prince, I agree with him in terms of transitional laws, but I think that would be redundancy in the laws. Liberia's law does not cease to exist just because there is a continuation or discontinuation of an administration. The law always continues. So any kind of money matters as it relates to the finance ministry, it doesn't matter what time it is. There must be the following of the PPPC agreement. But I want to say something that people don't realize. No administration, whether ruling party or non-ruling party, should use government money for campaigning purposes. That is illegal under our law. And I will say this to Honorable Bwaka, and I'll be very, very frank with him. You must set up immediately people with financial minds on the transitional team, like yesterday, to start this monitoring process, because these boys will destroy this country. Look, these boys don't care. They never cared for 6 years. This thing you see people taking lessons, but do you know how much for one of those vehicles? First of all, why the hell government still buying vehicles for people? I don't know. The greatest country in this world, United States, don't buy car for people. If we buying scratch car and all the yama yama, this has to stop. The people have not gotten these monies. Remember now, Stephen spoke to the IMF issue. We've been penalized already. There is a debt, payments of salaries. Even election workers have not gotten paid. But I will give it this, back to Senator and say this. The laws do not stop because of transition. The law continues. They are breaking the laws. You can't use Liberian people money like that.
Hey, yeah, let me say this, Mohammed, before you and Minister Woodokoli come in. You guys remember the LDCC, right? You remember when the LDCC came up with their indictment and they say, oh, this foolish man, Samuel Twe, went through Arthur Johnson to shut down the radio station? It was a game. Don't you know LDCC have 96 public officials, 96 of them on record, documented, mommy, of massive corruption, recommended them to George Manawea Justice Department, and George Manawea put it under the decks. What we are talking about now, they are part of those documents that they were constant habit. When the money comes in every year, usually now when they go and collect this money. We exposed in 2023. It happened 2022. It's happened 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018. It's been happening. Now, this money, it was the Shure money. They are cut, but it already been documented. Not to six. Document. We have them. We will help the transitional team, mommy. We will give them this information for them to ask the right question. That when they have to audit, these people have information. So when the people, our people that follow us right now, you think what you have seen and what you know about Samuel Twe, the dark side that plunged Liberia into the worst poverty in Africa. This is the engineer. Everywhere you go, Samuel Twe have his fingerprint. The road fund money, he has his fingerprint. The issue of your harmonization, it was Samuel Twe and Josh Weir. The gasoline, the fuel, the rest, everything.
The mop up.
The mop up exercise. Samuel Twe. And why are you leaving Musa Dean back? He must be the one to sign on this document legally, representing the government of Liberia. So we are in a position now, we can say the Liberian people, they are resolved, Minister Woodokoli. They have spoken. They are bringing in a new government. So we must expose these people without fear or favor. Talk to me, Minister Woodokoli.
This is true. We must say the facts.
You're good, Minister. Talk to us. Mama, come in. I think something with the internet. Come in, mommy.
Yeah, to your point, Stanton, what we're seeing happening is just a piece of a pie. The issue with maritime is just a piece of a pie. And I don't think Maxwell meant to shield Eugene. But yeah, I don't think he meant to shield Eugene, because this is not anything anybody can attempt to shield. I think he was emphasizing the point for the need for having structure in place and policies and guidelines in place for transition, which I agree with. I've seen different research and different work done on how, when a government is transitioning, when administration is transitioning,
they have to manage transition.
Exactly. And how the success of an administration in 1 year is directly impacted by how the transition was done. For that transition to be successful, in the case of Liberia, we must have policies in place to guide transition. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf made, in the absence of those policies and law, she made a wise decision at the time, issued executive orders that no payment that exceeds 5,000 should be allowed. But that statement, she sent a signal to the banks. So no bank will pay more than 5,000. No government institution will pay more than 5,000. If you needed to pay more than 5,000, you needed to provide justification to the president. And the president will authorize the Minister of Finance to release the payment. Those are the things we need in place to do that, to safeguard resources. Look, Stanton, Boakai is inheriting a complete disaster. In Liberia, the people call it cow poo-poo. On top of it dry, on it wet. Some people call it yellow soup.
You not stepped inside before?
Some people call it yellow soup. On top of it cool, on it hot. That is the form of government he's inheriting. To be able to reduce.
Let me give the announcement real quick. I beg you, mommy. Spoon FM is off right now because we are leaving the LDC, going back to the generator. Folks, we understand. You are saying they're off. Yes, they are moving to the generator because LDC just went off. Thank you. Go ahead, mommy.
Ambassador Vice President-elect Boakai is inheriting a disaster. The state of the economy, the fiscal position of the country is in complete mess. Debt, the government is flooded with civil servants that the government wage bill the government budget cannot afford to pay. Resources that are supposed to come in, like the maritime fund, are already being taken in advance. So when those resources come in, they're only going to pay debt. To be able to reduce the impact and the consequences, Vice President Boakai needs a robust and effective transitional team that will not only be focused on finding criminals. The transitional team should not be about audit. If you focus on only audit, trying to audit while you do transition, you will miss a whole lot of things. Understand the processes and forget about assuming that something got missing, but know the processes, let it be documented.
So let me bring you this other one, and maybe we can discuss it another time, mommy. You remember, everybody, how much you think the government pulled up for the rice issue? Let me ask you first, then again. How much?
I think it was 11 million, right?
The rest of the
11.
Now what you heard, right? And so everybody agree. Dwadu, I'm not saying shaking your head. Dwadu, you agree?
Yeah.
The government put out more than $11 million.
Yeah.
It may shock you. The government put out more than $11 million.
Well,
you're going to ask for what it is.
Publicly, that's why they say $11 million.
But that's what I'm saying. They lied to the nation.
Okay.
The government put up more than $11 million. You can now go to, I will tell you this for free, UBA Bank. They created a fictitious account. They call it the fusion account. And I want someone to come, I want Dixon to come and ask me. We are part of the transition team now.
Sometimes when you hold on with that team until the regional.
Yes. Yes.
Hey man.
No, it's true.
Stanton.
I want to
hold on. Let the radio come on.
I let you suggestion, Stevie. I will
Yeah.
listen.
Really, come on.
We will deal with this guy according to the law of 6C.
But
That's
but
the
still,
law I created. The law
still
of 6C.
let's get back to this 3.5 million. Let's get back to the 3.5 million. Why did I say security? Why did I say security? You have to look at the actors involved in this transaction. You got a Samuel, which I've always stated is the centerpiece of corruption in Liberia. You have Eugene Nambwe, which he's always behind some kind of illegal transaction going on. And you have Musa Dane. Now, Musa Dane is the justice minister. And Musa Dane is also a senior ranking member on the security committee of the president's cabinet. Now, listen to me. Now, listen to me.
Signing because
I understand.
For any authorization of that kind of money to happen, the justice minister must acquiesce.
I understand.
But who is Eugene? All of this? Eugene is the campaign manager. Who is
exactly? Now, if it goes on a campaign funding,
if it doesn't sign, that transaction will not happen.
If it goes on a campaign funding, it's illegal.
Oh, please, what you doing when campaign?
I understand it. I understand it went on a campaign. I understand that.
They will not put it under the line.
Exactly. They would never put it on a campaign funding line. So they have to put it somewhere. I'm anticipating where this money is going to go, so that when the people with a transitional team comes in, they know exactly where to look for this particular amount of money, because it has to be under expenditure. You work with Ministry of Finance. You know that expenditure will prove where the money went. But they will say it went on security.
Of course, yeah, there will be paper trail. You could.
Just wait for that.
We are talking about corruption in real time right now. That's what just happened with that 3.5 million.
Yeah, but yes, the thing.
But I want to say something on the Musa Dane thing.
Go ahead.
You know, I have lost every ounce of respect for Musa Dane. Let me tell you something. For too long, our country has been used to a few people thinking that they have all of the wisdom and education, and so these people like Musa Dane, they've capitalized on the magnitude of illiteracy in our country to present themselves
of illiteracy. You're right.
Yeah, to present themselves as the demagogue, you know, the intellectual and legal the legal authority, so to speak. And if you engage some of these guys one-on-one, you expose the level of ignorance. Now, here's what I say when I say I don't have any respect. When the Eton and Iboma loan agreement was being signed, Musa Dane affixed his signature, meaning that all due diligence from the legal perspective was completed, that the Justice Ministry was convinced that the entity, Eton as an entity, was a legitimate entity. What happened? Our organization, SIPA, launched an investigation. The two Fadiga brothers, Al Hussein and Hassan, traveled to Indonesia, went to Eton office, did a recording. The company did not exist. The company did not exist. They came back from Indonesia. They presented us a tape recording video in the office of Eton. And the people in the office did not know which company was called Eton. Now, here is a justice ministry affixing a signature to a ninja loan. And so these are the kind of people I have no ounce of respect, because even me, without any legal background, I know that before I affix my signature to something, I must do due diligence. If a company comes to me and say I can get you 50 million, I will want to validate whether the company truly exists and what are they offering, and do some background checks. They didn't. So this is why when I say I don't have any ounce of respect for some of these people, and I really mean it. Over time, all through the Weah's administration, Musa Dane proved to be somebody who is at the nucleus of ignorance. And I'll say there was without any means in my world.
All right, I mean, you want us to stay because the radio is on. Once Diamond is back on, we would do this. But again, I'm going to say this, a lot of stuff, a lot of crazy stuff. Duadu, what you saying about Italy is just a small part of it. Why they put my get on sanction? Let me bring that in. They put my get on sanction because of this thing, especially the East International. Who signed on that agreement?
The likes of McGill and found that way.
The likes of McGill,
Justice Minister,
Musa Dane, and all of them. So why wouldn't McGill went on session? Let's go on with the concession agreement. But we'll take it one step at a time. Talk to me, Duadu.
McGill did a whole lot more. Let me tell you, the Americans adequately, in detail, documented the doings of McGill. So the reason why President Weah, look, I said this about a year ago when this whole thing came out initially. The reason why President Weah cannot, under any circumstance, try to trial McGill, President Weah is implicated in literally everything McGill has done. All the deals that were done by McGill, they were instructed. In fact, it was a direct instruction from President Weah to conduct those deals. The reason why the Americans did not sanction President Weah initially, because they didn't want the country to go all over haywire on what was happening in the country. But President Weah is not an innocent bystander with these crimes. Now, Honorable Braca will address these crimes. Look, we will keep talking about this. We will continue to talk. The money literally was stolen by these boys through the maritime. The thing that hurt me by way, PCA Community School. Chia Gucci and there. Go to Riverside, Gucci and there. But these boys are willing to take. GT Bank is a facilitator, an accomplice to these crimes. Any bank in Liberia. You know what? Please, I'm going to apologize. I take that back. You were right, mommy. We need regulations. No, I agree, Prince. After thinking about it, it makes sense because the laws are there. But there must be laws specific with that.
That's why I'm a diplomat, but man, that's why I'm a diplomat.
Let me correct you. I don't think you need to take it back. Duado, I don't think you need to take it back. Duado, I'm so mad if you take it back. Duado, you cannot do this to Prince.
That's why I'm a diplomat. That's why I'm a diplomat. That's why I'm a diplomat. I pointed to policy. I said, ambulance to look at policy areas. But this issue you're talking about now, go ahead.
Okay, but listen now, they got laws though. It's there. Anything greater than certain amount of money during the transitional period, then the incoming government can go after those guys. That's why the guys then keeping it below certain amount, Stephen. They will collect 3.5 year. They will go here and collect 2.5 because they want you to believe that they will not pass that amount. Let me tell you this. This is unique to Eugene Lynn Nagbe. It's not his first time. On a very serious, people need to hear this. Yeah, we're back on the radio. I see Damo coming on. This is unique to Prince, to Eugene Lynn Nagbe. These guys have been eating the money. They've been running with this thing. There's no reason they will lie. Eugene Nagbe took the last money, Mame, the last amount of that 3.5, and he went to Ghana. The property he just bought, he's relaxing in Ghana. Senator, and this our amen. With the high regards I have for Councilor Frank Musa Dean, I will agree with Stephen Johnson. This guy have failed the Liberian people. Frank Musa Dean have destroyed the Liberian people. He go as quiet as he can be, very, very quiet. You think that he's a decent guy, he care about the Liberian people, but no, that's not true. His signature is on everything, every document. He agreed to them. When they bring it to him, he signed on it. Look at the letter today. Look at this. Who names on this thing? His name is on it. $3.5 million. Mama, talk about the kickback the bank receiving from this 3.5 million GT Bank.
Our concern about the interest rate in 45 days interest rate.
1.5.
The government in banking, the government as a creditor has the less risk when you're doing risk analysis to credit a government institution. Less risk. Because as a sovereign authority, the possibility of default and not paying is almost unlikely. The only thing you can do is it might extend over a period of time, but you get your money because it's a sovereign authority. Correct. So the risk is less.
Wow. Okay, so let me interrupt you. We just got hold of a piece of document, and I will share this document. The allegation that you were asking Prince Maxwell why they collected the money. It was one of our questions. Mm-hmm. To take care of the NEC, the National Election Commission, for this election.
Yeah, they had to fight them.
Okay? Guys, this is scary.
They got to put it somewhere.
This is scary. The money was collected, Mame, to take care of NEC. As to what extent, we all understand, it is to bribe NEC workers. Hey, mommy, our country is
The
messed
NEC
up
received
though.
the money, Stanton. The NEC received the money.
That is the key there. That's expenditure now.
I don't think they did because we saw the result of the election. So I mean, I can
So
tell you.
now we move to. I told you that there has to be a reason. It's either security or something else. Now the next thing would be expenditure. Money needs to be on budget line. Did they give the money to NEC, and what's the expenditure for that? Stephen work with the finance ministry. He can talk more about that. But there must be a money trail. And if there is no money trail, then we come back to Ambulance position on policy. The point here is that, as I said again, we are looking at corruption in real time. What was the money called for? What was it used for? Who were the recipients of this money? As simple as it is.
Thank you. Let's go to Mommy. Mommy, finish up, please.
Yes. So my thing is, 10% interest rate in 45 days to a less risk creditor as a government in itself is a sign of fraud. There's a syndicate that they work with. The 350,000 that GT Bank is making all of the 45 days transaction brings GT Bank into the picture as a co-conspirator against the people.
Yeah.
GT Bank can tell me she can do any transaction for 45 days and charge 10% interest. And the government of Liberia cannot negotiate. They only did so because GT Bank itself is part of the syndicate to defraud the people. And this, like I said from the beginning, is just a piece of a pie. Across government institutions, people are taking money and committing the future government. You will meet a broke country, but more than meeting a broke country, the resources you expect to come from external sources, when they come, you will see different banks coming to make claim on them. If you read a letter, the letter says GT Bank does not have to seek any written consent to execute the instruction.
Irrevocable. You are 100% protected. It's
So
burning.
you don't need to seek any instruction approval from the new government to execute the instruction because they don't want disturbance. Once the money hits the account, you receive your money. 3.5 million. What's that?
And to compound that, the interest rate being charged is not just ridiculous, but the interest rate is in addition to the $1.5 million on the interest rate. That $350,000 is an additional transaction fee.
So this is what happened, Douglas.
Sometimes you're talking about the rest issue. Don't forget.
Yeah, I will. But this is what the work of our brother Conor Gray. Conor Gray, thank you for joining us today. This is what happened, Duadu. That 350,000, GT Bank received it up front before they got to receive their money. So make no mistake about it. That won't go in GT Bank packet. Okay, we gave you the 3.5 million. The government of Liberia said we want it, give it to us. Then GT Bank said, okay, but give us our kickback, put something on terms on it. So they already take that 350,000. They're gone. Now they will wait in 45 days, which will be December, somewhere around that end, for them to get the interest. Guess what happened? The Liberian government now will be responsible for $5 million and change to pay back under the Joseph Yima Boyka administration.
But Senator, that's under Liberian law. That's not entirely true. I don't have to be a lawyer to know this. I've read enough law document to understand this. If you sign something that is so far outside the confines of what is natural and what is normal doing business, the courts can revoke that. Because in the span of let's look at the historical aspect of money lending with the government. If there is a consistency in the amount of money and the interest rate, that might be considered. But if it's far outside that range, I don't care how much you think is irrevocable, the courts can undo that if that is illegal. And this appears to be illegal.
There's a fraudulent attempt. There's a fraudulent intention that's attached to this. 1 week pre-election runoff, President, we had never even cared, the outgoing president, we had never even cared to pass an executive order as a constitutional mandate that he has to pass an executive order on financial management system of the country. 1 week post-election, he still hasn't done it yet. So not only that the outgoing president is now putting the Liberia public financial system in jeopardy, he's also in somehow willfully encouraging the looting of the Liberia public finance system and hard infrastructure. Because There's no executive order at this point as we speak on anything. And he still remains president until January. So the question is, we asking ourselves, what is going to happen between now and January to our public financial system? What is going to happen from now between January of all of our government assets? If the president doesn't take the stand to pass an executive order where everything will have to go through not just his team, he and his transitional team, or Bwaga's transitional team.
All right. So you were
And I
asking
agree
about
with
the
Prince. I
rest
think the
issue.
first meeting between the two leaders will happen next week.
You were asked, yeah. You know, they will do that next week. And again, like I said, I've asked them to keep Josh Weah in the waiting room for a few minutes before he can meet the president-elect. All right, that's just a joke. But let's go ahead and talk about this rest issue. I asked you guys how much the government put out there. The Samuel 12, Mawani Deeks, they all ran with the story that it was 11 million. It was more than 11 million. We have the document. Our sources sent the document to us, and we can tell everyone, listen to us on the radio. They lied to the Liberian people. The president, Mawani D, Samuel 12, all of them lie. They put up more than 11 millions out there. And we have the bank information, which is so important, guys. Hey, man, they put them by. They created the account, Dwadu. You guys are getting big money in your account. A fictitious account, right, at UBA Bank. Dwadu, you get big money. Look at that house that you built in Liberia. 5 stories building, 5 units, different kind. At the UBA Bank. And they call the account Fusion. You like can go to Liberia, that place you can go eat. They call it Fusion, right? On the boulevard. They call the account Fusion. And that which was put into that account, deposited, was $11.5 million.
But let's break down the word fusion first.
Okay, talk to me.
The thing what they do here, they tell the money, so when the money reaches when I read it and I see something, they say, they put everything together. You check like inside it. Like what they got fusion, like what they put with the money. When you look inside the one for you, you can find it. Everybody can find it, but then you lead the whole thing. But the money stays short. But it fused together. That is there. Stanton, I'll give it back to you.
Stanton,
so let me bring in the Minister Wodokodi. Minister Wodokodi, this story is coming up now because the Liberian people have rejected George Manawia. He and all his guys, right? The gangs of thieves. We are about to expose them. They lied to the Liberian people. Talk about $11 million. Document I have received from our sources out there is $11.5 million. Created an account called Fusion at UBA Bank. Now that account is in the red, R-E-D. Your that date accounting, when it is in the red, what I mean? What it mean when the account is in the red? So now the guys have, it's bad. But let's hear you out, Minister Wodokodi. Talk to us, please.
Stanton, it is terrible. What I'm really suggesting to this government to do, the incoming government, is to set up a team right now, immediately. I said that yesterday. For me, I can always predict the situation because I know the people I'm dealing with. I was with them. I saw it. And when you don't agree with them, they put you outside in a simple way. So I'm just saying to you, there will be more damages. We need to immediately put a transitional team together that will work with each ministry. That team will organize themselves, and people will split into different sections. They'll be working with each ministry so that we can know what's going on. We can put a stop to a lot of things. If we don't do that, we'll have problems in the new government. Serious problem. So we need to do that. And I'm saying it again, we need to do that. That's all we have to do. There is no other solution. We can sit and discuss it all day. It won't matter. The point is we have to put our team together immediately. And secondly, Uncle Joe will have to really know how he's picking his cabinet. It will not be about who know you or brother and sister and mine and pa. It will be people who are committed to the struggle. When I say to the struggle, to the people's struggle. People who will go there and come out clean. People who not going there to enrich themselves. People, because right now, all of them running. I will even the niece, I'm not going there yet. I want to give him breathing space. It is time for you, myself, Stanton, Dwalo, every one of us on this show to start thinking, how can we help the government? How can we make the new incoming government shine? That's what it's all about. I see them running. I see them running. I see citizens running. I see Unity Party people running. I see everybody running. They know what they're running. They're fighting for something now. No, let's step back. We who dare to push the government for the government to be number one in history, which I know it will be, to know how they will be doing things. It's not about what you know or how, I mean who you know. It's about the people who will actually say no to corruption. Who will say no, I can't do this. This money belongs to the Liberian people. No, I can't sign a document like I told Weston Tappet from 1,005 US dollar on a commercial document that was so paper to EIBC. He carried up to 8,005, and I refused to sign it. But my assistant minister signed it, and they took the rest of the money and they ate it. I'm not praising myself, but I'm just saying, let's look among the people and appoint them and see whether they will fight for the Liberian people. Liberian people have suffered too long, Stanton, also come back here and repeat the same thing. And if they do it, I will be the first person to talk, honestly. So all these things we're discussing here, how do we do them? We need a transitional team. Period. We need that set up immediately to start working.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much. Let's bring it in Prince Maxwell. And
yeah.
then from there we go to Ed Gray.
I just want to talk about something. This is not associated, but it's in tandem to what we're talking about. And this message goes out to His Excellency D. Maxwell Sakimia. Excellency, I hold the Ministry of Foreign Affairs high above you. I've always respected you. In our text messages we've shared, in my approach to you, I've always shown you respect. The elections has happened and transition has to go on. You are now the transitional minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I will hope that you handle the Ministry of Foreign Affairs transition in an appropriate, smooth way possible. You have a lot going for you, and you can maintain your legacy by making sure that the transition of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs goes as smoothly as possible. I will urge you not to appoint anybody during this period to a foreign mission. I will urge you respectfully as a small brother to halt your appointment to any embassy or the shifting of any staff. I will hope that you focus more on the transitional process, putting in place mechanisms so that the incoming foreign minister can shake hands with you and respect the fact that you set up an appropriate transitional process where he can see all of those issues that he needs or she needs. I'm asking you because all of the diplomats in the foreign service are hoping that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs protocols and principles are respected. We are the first ministry in the Republic of Liberia. So please, sir, respect the transition and turn over appropriately. This is just the first part. Like I said, I will be talking about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this entire transitional period.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Eduardo. Eduardo, man, the issue about this race thing. Yeah, no, sorry, Eduardo. We'll get Ed Gray is back. Gonna agree. Talk to us, gonna agree. You met us where the government now, they are just looting every little thing that was left. They are taking it out. 3.5 million is gone. Ed Gray.
Well, my brother Stanton, this is the time you should keep your repository for information, open, because you're gonna have people feeding you information till you're gonna be overwhelmed. Because you know what, this lame duck session is when the real stealing in government will occur. And let's not be afraid that we may not have the information available. So the sooner you start setting up the infrastructure, as Minister Wolokoli had said, the better it will be for us. Because once you start setting the infrastructure, the information will start coming through. There are lots of folks who were left out, who saw all of these things going on, but they were helpless. They didn't they didn't benefit in any form, and so they know the real story. But quick impact quotes can begin to make sense here. Quick impact quote could be setting up a special court for this kinds of stuff, so you start adjudicating cases right away. The sooner you start, the more you begin to build that reserve that will take care of the transition period. Meaning, uh, don't target only the president. I will tell you that there are lots of folks who this was a gang thing. People, it was a chain activity. One person benefit, other benefit, and so on and so forth. So, my brother, between you and myself, if you have access to the president-elect, begin to pump that in his ears now. This is a low-hanging fruit where you get your first money to start running a government operation to go after the real asset recovery effort. If you don't do it now, lots of people position themselves when they're done looting between now and the lame duck session, the end of the lame duck. Most of them will abscond. You have to go through treaties to bring them back into Liberia to prosecute or retrieve government asset or public asset. So the sooner the better. They say the worst time for a plane is either when they're picking up or when they're landing. Crash, the possibility of that plane crashing is likely, it's more likely than when they're in the air, stable flying. So right now it's taking up time. So watch out, man. We are going to be moving things around here and there, and sooner let Dwala and myself start that project. Let's set up the infrastructure. Let's set up
Thank you.
the forensic infrastructure. Dwala and myself, and then build up from there. People can come later and take it, and I can tell you, in less than between now and January, I can guarantee you probably would have retrieved more than $700 or $800 million. I can
Thank you.
just I can just see it happening.
Thank you. So, Dwadu, let's get back to this first issue, Dwadu. I'm trying to share this information with you guys. The fact that George Manawe government lied to the people. Uh, the rice shortage, the lawmakers say, you know what, we'll pump in 11 million, 11.5 million, but the government came and said, no, we announced. What's your surprise? Why couldn't, and they opened that account, a fake account, put the money in it, and they went back, they used the money, Dwadu. The account right now is overdraft at the UBA bank.
Again, these banks are not being run as though they are private entities, but they see themselves as facilitators of government operations, legal or illegal. Let me repeat. The commercial banks in Liberia should be entirely private and run like a for-profit businesses. But these guys run as though they are running for kickback businesses. And this is what is hampering the entire country when it comes to the economic growth of our society. The reason why President Weah were able to do that, because the legislature, when they approve anything towards the executive, they have no checkpoints to set up to make sure the executive is doing exactly what they have given the executive authority to do. It's one of the major problems that comes from the legislature. Now, I was a little satisfied that most of them did not come back, but I wish all of them didn't come back because they allowed President Weah to just run amok. And he did whatever he wanted to do. But before I forget this point, I want to say something CG Mama said. She said, Honorable Braka should find experienced people not based on connection to him, but people that can truly deliver. Let me explain it this way. If you have a bricklayer and your intent is to build a 5-story building, you want the bricklayer that have been laying block for at least 10, 15 years. Somebody who can laying block for 10 to 15 years. There's a possibility that person can lay 150 brick per day. But if you take a new bricklayer who does not understand what he's doing, he can barely lay 20 bricks a day. The efficiency that Honorable Bwaka needs to get this thing running It's 10 out of 10. That's what he needs right now. You don't need a 2 or 3 or 4. You need people who've seen this thing before. Now, we go back to the trackability of the monies that are being literally subphoned all of the country. You can put a checkpoint down right now. The same way the UP formed a war room, this should literally form a financial team tracking monitoring system room right now. So every time any agency of government is releasing any money, look, most of the time when there's a transition, we do this everywhere at work. We do this. Let's say I give a 2 weeks notice, and Honorable Gray is replacing me. I will sit like side by side for that 2 weeks and transition over. So everything I've been doing will be explained to Honorable Gray, and he understand as he transition into that position. That should have been happening the next day the elections were announced. Because if we are not doing this, this is a problem. This is a major problem because these boys don't care. I listened to a videotape before I give it to you. There was a guy saying, saying they won't vote for all, they lie to all, they eat our money, who will take down all the transfer money, who will take it from there. This is the kind of mindset you're dealing with. These boys really believe that the transmissions or the transformers across the country was some favor from President Weah. Without recognizing this is government money. Government paid for this. If this is government property, it is a crime.
Dwalu, you spoke of something yesterday, Dwalu, and it got me thinking a whole lot yesterday after I left. I went to bed. I woke up this morning. I kept thinking about it. You spoke about the word productivity. You spoke about productivity, that those that are coming in, Ambassador Bwaka, the incoming president, His Excellency, Ambassador Bwaka, should focus more on people that are producing. And then it led me thinking on this word, kitchen cabinet. I kept thinking about it over and over, kitchen cabinet, because I'm beginning to think that people are going to start using that terminology on the incoming president's cabinet, kitchen cabinet, kitchen cabinet. I don't think, and I think people need to get rid of that terminology because kitchen cabinet is ineffective. When you think about the situation that His Excellency, the incoming president, is about to inherit, kitchen cabinet can solve that problem. I think Ambassador Bwaka is trying to, or should be putting together, a boardroom cabinet. Think about the word boardroom. Everybody who's entering a boardroom as executive are 100% prepared to present something at the boardroom table. They are always on top of their game and on top of the information. So Ambassador Bwaka cabinet should be called boardroom cabinet, not kitchen cabinet. Because these people will have to hit the ground running. And for me, I've always stated, I'm absolutely interested in who that boardroom cabinet member is going to be in terms of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Because the individual that becomes the Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately set the tone, both international and sub-regionally, for the president-elect's government. Immediately. And as it is, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs becomes the first ministry, even within this transitional period, to begin work.
I know you are from the Foreign Service, and you're passionate about coming.
But I've said I will always talk about the Foreign Ministry here.
You're passionate.
I made it clear.
But I just want us to come back, and the reason why sometimes we say kitchen cabinet, because we want to burn and butter discussion. Okay, we want to be from that grassroots level. All right. If we say boardroom cabinet, then we're talking about you guys way up there that talk about diplomacy whatsoever. We're talking about the system. But if you have somebody that have the mindset of just the common man out there, how he or she going to eat and every other thing, we can work our way up. But let me bring this back to you. I'm from my sources right now. I want to stick, please, guys. This thing about the government of Liberia lied to the people, and the document in my possession about this resting. Hey, Stevie, they got in their battle, bro. What is happening here? They ate the money. I will share today with the Liberian people, and I want them to call these guys. Damo, can you add my one in Diggs and the president picture up here too? Let me put it up because this now involving the Commerce Ministry. Stevie, talk to me. I will share with you this document in my possession.
The Weah administration wasn't a government; it was a cartel. Look, these are a bunch of incompetent people without any real professional background or experience coming together on the basis of political goodwill to form a government. In no serious administration can somebody like Samuel Tuer be a minister of finance. Nowhere. Look, the Ministry of Finance is the epicenter of financial activity within the country. It is the formulator of fiscal policy, which essentially has to do with government spending, interest rate, and all of those things. For somebody to effectively manage a finance ministry, that person has to have not just the education, but the experience managing money, millions of dollars. What was Tuer's experience before joining the Ministry of Finance? Tuer's first major professional job happened on the Amara. When they brought Tuer, and the first thing they did was to assign on the highway to count how many cars were going, on the new highway, so that we can be able to determine whether there was a need for a toll. Fast forward, CDC wins. Tuer is the Minister of Finance. He walks down Pennsylvania Avenue, and nobody knows who's this guy. In this 21st century, a Minister of Finance must have global connect.
Absolutely.
Especially for a government that is just taking over. When Ellen took over initially in 2005, her first finance minister was Dr. Anthony Asai. Somebody who could break through boardrooms at the IMF and World Bank. That's how Liberia was able to leverage that expertise and have over $3.some billion waived in debt. What can Tuer offer you? Just managing finance, just a susu man. Every time we have one money, they go around and find it. It took you almost 6 years for you to even pass MCC. What kind of serious government does that? And so you have these bunch of misfits who are more bent on how much can get in the pocket. That's why every little change, the mop up exercise, for example, nowhere in Liberia can you put 25 million US on the street to take out liberty. No money exchanger in Liberia. All of the money combined can reach 25 million liberty.
Not possible.
No money. All the money exchanger in Liberia, if you tell them to bring your money to SKD tomorrow morning, it will not reach 25 million.
It's not
US.
possible. Exactly. I saw a video yesterday. Not to cut you off, I saw a video where Mr. Finance Minister was denying that he did not say that he took money to the street for money changers.
But he's on record. He did the interview at EMBC. When he
had an interview with T. Max.
And then went into Logan Town to
was
money.
Denying that. He did not say that.
I have the recording. I'll find it and send it. He had an interview at EMBC. He said they placed money in the backs of pickups and SUV, and went in Logan Town to buy a Liberian dollar when you could have used commercial banks.
Yep.
What about the commercial bank, government bank, exchange all the liberty? People say, come and bank your liberty and we'll give you a certain interest rate, and you force people to move their money. The reason why people don't take money to bank, and that 7% of our population constitute the banking population, is because people don't have trust in the banking system.
Nope.
And when Doalu talk about bank serving as group of people colluding with government, you even create more mistrust for the banking system. I would rather keep my money in my room than take it to the bank. Because when I want to withdraw $5, the bank tells me you can only take $2.
$2. But Stevie, you have to remember a few years back, I think 2 or 3 years ago, the Americans came out and they cautioned the Liberian government to start going to these commercial banks and literally emptying the commercial banks for reasons best known to themselves. The likes of my girl say, I went to the bank, they give me $300,000 without providing any collateral or income. But I want to speak a little bit more to the issue of Samuel Tuer. Even if he doesn't have the global connections, but at the very bare minimum, he must have managed systems, manage processes, manage certain institutions, manage people at a very high level. They say, okay, they may have tremendous amount of experience. We take an entire country and we give it to a man who regurgitates fancy vocabulary from 1964 textbooks and say, Paku, you strong. The issue of fiscal policy got nothing to do with Paku, you strong. Look, listen to the central bank governance in countries across the globe. Listen to them. They're not giving you jargons. They're giving you straight up talk. How to take a 2% growth out of Banga. Why is it 2%? Yes, the strategy to get it to 1.8% so people can borrow more money in Banga and build more infrastructure. This is the kind of language we'll tell you about. When Samuel Tuer will come, he spends more time appeasing President Weah than he spent formulating policy that's going to reduce the rice price in the country. It ties in with the inflationary pressure of the country. Nothing Samuel Tuer did had anything to do with finance, but everything to do benevolent dictator. Forever. This is the nonsense finance minister was doing. That kind of hard job. when you will not be able to sleep because the numbers will drive you crazy. That boy will just going around with crooked graph. You go here east, the economy come here. In Liberia history, the strongest economy in the world, our job we have. Somebody I use a word. He said, I did an entire hour podcast debunking what Samuel said when he gave that nonsense at ELBC. He said, President, we are employing this magical matrix that has transformed the Liberian economy to the point where we are below 7%. I was like, I want to put that internet slap in the man ear. Because how you treat our people, yeah. My man, I'm going to leave you early. We got to run. So I'm going to let you. Thank you so much for the audience. And you guys can carry on your show, man. Stevie.
Look, Stephen, there are many things that the incoming president will have to consider. And it's going to be crucial. I know you guys are part of the team and you guys are, look, like I said yesterday, I know 99% of the people that are going to be around Joseph Boakai, and I trust them. I trust that they can provide better counsel. And I trust in the fact that there's going to be an institutional-wide evaluation. Not an evaluation from the perspective of corruption or money or public spending, but from the perspective of labor, public labor. The George Weah administration has damaged our public capacity. And in order for Ambassador Boakai to hit the road running, he needs to increase public capital. Most of the young people, look at you, who are giving your services to the government of the Republic of Liberia and making sure that we are moving ahead, looking forward. You need to come back. I've talked over and over many times of all my friends that the George Weah administration created a brain drain effect in the country. The Boakai administration needs to reverse that. Because if His Excellency will succeed, we can see it in the exemplary position of Amara Kone and all of you guys who coalesce around him. If that had not happened, he wouldn't be in this position today. So the idea that we need our labor to come back so that we can boost public utility, we can boost public efficiency is critically important to his transitional team and going forward. Most young people don't want to come to Liberia because they don't care. They felt that the George Weah administration was so poisonous that they stepped back. One critical aspect would be the invitation of the Boakai administration to bring these young people back so they can take over those positions to move the country going forward. So an institutional-wide evaluation is critical. And that's the reason why I passed the message on to Dean Marcus Akimia. Please do not employ or appoint anybody at a foreign mission because those people that you are appointing do not have the skills to be there. They do not have the skills to be there. And do not disrupt the operation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because it is the most crucial ministry right now in this transitional period. They have to send out invitations to all of Boakai invitees. They have to work with the House of Representatives, House of Senate to organize the entire inauguration processes. That's how important that ministry is.
So, thank you, Pastor. Let me interrupt. Stevie, I'm sending you guys. I'm laughing because the meantime I'm texting and I'm trying to pull someone legs and I'm laughing. But Stevie, let me say this to you. 96 ministries or entity within the government, the directors or ministers that have these huge jump in the financials portfolio, Stevie. People you see building their homes. The reason why I'm coming up with this conversation, 96 of them, they have unexplained wealth. 96 of them, Stevie. And it will surprise you. These guys that came in, they didn't declare their assets and they banned over and over and over. Those responsible entity went after them. And each time they went after them, said, well, what did you bring in? Declare your assets. They refuse. They refuse. We have 96, all of them. from our sources. I will name them and I will share that the National Bureau of, listen, hey, I don't want to say, even some members of the Supreme Court. Listen, even some member of the Supreme Court is on the document. What are you telling me to shut up for? I'm not putting them outside. I'm going to leave those guys alone because those are the big dogs. But we're still going to investigate them. I have 96.
There are no big dogs there, my brother.
No, if I mean they are the big dogs, you gotta be careful, man. They will treat you like they treat Mo Alio. They call Mo Ali and tell him to pay $500. Be careful with the guys there. But let me put this one up. Because the reason why I would do it small, we are in the transitional period, and and people need to understand when we talk about this thing, we mean business. Let me put this one up, and I'll read it. It's not too clear, but I will read it. And I'm sending it to you guys too. They are different documents because they have 96. This entity, everything, you have to see it. Let me put this one on real quick. Guys, give me 1 minute. First of all, we got to send it to our email, then we'll upload it. All right. And folks, if you need the document about this 3.5 million, I will share with you the signed copy, the pictures, everything. Once we get there, we want a comment from Lane Eugene Nangwe. We want him to speak because whenever you put these things up, they go ahead and speak. And we'll share with you also the rest information that involve Mawani Deeks. All right, this is Mawani Deeks. When she and the president was saying they gave the rest import of money, that was a lie. That was a lie. We have this document. This is the Commerce Minister Mawani Deeks. You understand that it was done through the by the direction of George Manawia. It's right there. Listen, there's nothing to hide now. If you want me to stop, you tell me say Stanton stop. Then I will stop. Maybe that was Steven telling me because he texted me. And Steven, we're not hearing you. Oh, okay. I mean, we're in this fight to the end. All right. So, Steven, if you want me to stop, just tell me I stop. But I know you don't want me to stop. Now, it may not be too clear, but I want you to zoom in, Steve. I beg you guys, Prince Maxwell. Look at those enter the Liberia Business Registry and look at the names. I'm going to share with you guys. I get the whole document, but I have to screenshot it bit by bit. These are the people that refuse to declare their access, but some of them within this document see the amount of property they own from ministries, finance ministry. When I joke about Samara Woodokoli, people think it's a joke. He refused to declare his assets. Now he worth millions of dollars. Those ministers then coming over here, they refuse. Deputy Director, Liberia Business Registry. You can find out who the Deputy Director is. Deputy Director General, Royal Broadcasting. This is directly from Liberia Broadcasting System. These people, they refuse to declare their access. Managing Director, Deputy Managing Director, Liberia News Agency. Okay? And this document was sent. I will send it to you, Stephen Johnson. I will send it to you guys. You're not screwing your eyes. And this document was sent, right? They were sent. Recommendation were made. The Justice Ministry have copy of this document. The president received it. Honor Nathaniel McGill when he was serving as chief of staff to the president. And these guys then put it under the cover. It's covered with dust. Let me share with you guys real quick. It covered with dust. It's a lot of document. Take your time and go through it. You'll find some of your friends on it. You'll find some of your loved ones on it as well. So take your time. And our friends, directors, ministers, deputy, today they worth millions of dollars and they came in with nothing. That's the story we are to tell you. You see them with the plenty big homes in Ghana, in Ivory Coast. They're worth millions of dollars today, but they came in with nothing. Zero. So they are public officials with unexplained wealth. We want you to understand that. Okay? But go look at them for the past 6 years. Look at the finance ministry. And the Ministry of Justice are there and double their Councilor Frank Musa Dane. They have all these documents. 96 agency, ministries, and everything. They have it. Let me send it to you because I see you. You're looking.
And Stanley, one beautiful thing. At least they set a precedent during the tenure. They prosecuted two cases. One by removing Cabinet Janet for acts, done during his tenure as justice. I mean, as a you know associate justice, and then the other one was Barney Samukai. Even though he was instructed, he was persecuted. So nobody can come in and say I was under instruction from the president. That precedent exists on our books, and I think we can use those precedent and run away with bringing some of these people to justice real quick, so that they don't get used to not being you know running away with impunity. And I'm glad they did what they did. Not that those people who were victims, I'm happy about their situations, but I'm happy because they left us with precedent. So when we're going after them, they can say, oh, I was under instruction. Mawani Dix was one of the individuals who was um, who is on record for defending that this money, there was no rice shortage, and so as a result, when I remember when the president came back, I think he went for some trip and he came back, and she was one of those who defended the idea that there was rice in the country. And not only she was one of the ringleaders in this, and I was wondering this. Mr. Wolokoli probably understand the way the Ministry of Commerce works because she was a deputy there. Maybe I thought you're aware of some of these 11 point something $million that was allotted for rice.
And thank you very much. I think that here's the issue. Let me share that. The reason why I'm sharing this with you guys, I gotta redo it in a way that you guys can have a good picture of it. Remember you were in the back, but we are now going into this rest something. They say $11 million, but it went to 11.5. Now people that declare the assets and those that refuse to declare the assets, Mambe, that's the document I am about to share with you. I want you guys to go over it, take your time. I want you guys to understand the reason why ministers, deputy minister, how they got reached today. Okay, they refused because it was by the instruction. Well, what monkey see that what monkey do. All these documents are with the Justice Ministry. Frank Musadin is in possession of all these documents. I do not want to. I'm not going to flag. I'm not going to flag the Chief Justice there or the justices. No. So I'm going to take the name out for the later date. People that came and didn't declare their assets, but now they have gathered a lot of money. So Steven, you go first, then Mommy will come in because this is where you belong.
Stanton, one of the things that I find fascinating is the fact that we make laws in our country and we fail to adhere to those laws. Laws. The reason being is that asset declaration should be it's required by law, especially if you hold any public position of trust. It should be part of your requirement before holding office. And the reason the government enforces asset declaration is to be able to know your financial position prior to entering government, so that it makes it easier for us to determine your financial position after leaving government. One of the biggest challenges faced by Liberia is the issue of public corruption. And so people go to government with the hope, and this misconception has to change. Government is public service. If you want to get rich, you go in the private sector. That's where you build wealth. In the government, you contribute your expertise. And that's why in most democracy, the wealthiest people are in government officials, especially in Western democracy. The wealthiest people are private citizens who invest in private investment. Government people are service people. You go there to contribute. But in our case, people see government like elephant meat. And I was saying here the other day, there's a book written by a lady called Michaela Wrong. Title is Our Time to Eat. And this has been the mindset of many of our people entering government with the mindset that they want to eat instead of seeing it as a chance, an opportunity to serve your people. This is the issue. So you don't declare your asset. It is deliberate because they don't want people to know what they're entering government with. And now 6 years later, you have skyscrapers. You own fleets of cars. You have a flashy bank account. And it's easier to determine in Liberia because your sources of income will also be analyzed. If you work for government for 5 years, we look at your salary, we amortize it over 5 years. We can make a determination. If you had a business, we'll look at your business cash inflow and be able to make a determination and look at the value of your property. How can my father worked for government almost 40 years.
Thank
You
you
don't
very
afford
much.
to pay a skyscraper.
Y'all
Somebody
got to
work for
pick up.
government 5 years, he pays skyscraper. It
I
just
mean,
tells you the extent to which people use government as a source of wealth.
okay, so y'all got the document I just shared with you guys. Please take a look at it. It's in the chat room. Dama, can you share it with Minister Woodokody as well? And Dama, can you please upload it that we can share with our folks? We'll put this document on Facebook. Zoom in on it, see those names. Directors, deputy directors refuse to do assets declaration. But find the position right now and the person that running that office, Stephen, and tell me today how many property that individual owned in Liberia and outside of Liberia. We're not hearing you, Stephen. We're not hearing you. You muted yourself.
Stanton, I gotta check the document. I haven't ready. I'm going to check it out.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, check it. It's okay. And I think Mame doing the same thing. Mame, if you can, you can talk to us. But yeah, go ahead, Mame. Talk to us.
Let me come in and talking about the document first. You talk about the rice issue, the subsidies for the rice.
Yeah,
this has been a historical problem. I think the last time I checked, it was introduced by Talbot to be able to address rice issue in Liberia. We keep subsidizing the importation of rice for over 3 decades, 4 decades. And we want to encourage Vice President Boakai that we cannot continue on this path. Instead of continuously subsidizing the importation of rice, let's subsidize the production of rice so we feed ourselves. We can do it in the short to medium term, but the ultimate goal is to be able to subsidize rice production in Liberia rather than subsidizing the importation of rice. When you subsidize the importation of rice, you put dollars in the pockets of farmers in India and other places. When you subsidize the production of rice in Liberia, you create food for people to eat. You put dollars in the pockets of farmers in the villages. So instead of subsidizing rice import, let's move to subsidizing production of rice. Asset declaration, we will not change our tune. What has happened now with the CDC, what CDC did, I mean, I call it water under the bridge. The government time has expired. Vice President Parker is supposed to be taking over. The challenge and what we will continue to do once we have the opportunity to sit on this platform in other places is to ensure that we don't change our tongue. We don't change the tune. We don't change the message. We insisted that public officials should declare and publish their assets. Under George Weah administration, George Weah refused to do so. His people refused to do so. We challenging Vice President Boakai and all the people he will be appointing in government. He should take the lead. On day one, he should declare and publish his asset. So it serves as an example for others below him to do same. We'll be waiting for that. We hope for he will do. We've gotten assurances that he will do. Once he does that, it sends a message down the line that public officials I'm appointing should declare and publish their assets. George Weah's situation is under the bridge. We can't do anything about it. The only thing we can do about it is Vice President Boakai should ensure people who stole public resources account. But he too should begin with the process of declaring and publishing his assets.
So let me ask you, Mommy, let me ask you this question, which is so important. For example, you appointed to a ministry, Mommy. I think it was you myself was speaking today, and I asked you the same question. I think the nation should immediately go after you. They should vet you, right? They should go after you and say, listen, Who is Mohammed? How long he been in government? Outside of government, what have you been doing? We should ask you this question. What have you been doing outside of government? Now let's talk about your asset declaration. If you said no, then Joseph Yuma shouldn't give you the position, correct?
Correct.
Number one, you have to declare your assets. But it will be hard on this new government now because we want to know how many children you got, where you living, how you coming in the government. And all of these questions need to be answered. That's why I'm asking anyone getting an appointment, even Steven Johnson getting an appointment under this government, he should come visit Spoon Talk. He should come visit Spoon Talk. We should ask him some hard questions. I'm serious, Prince Maxwell. We should ask him some hard questions. Because maybe the lawmakers that will think it's friendly business, they will not ask him all those technical questions. They will confirm him. So if I hear your name, Prince Maxwell,
coming to Spoon TV. No.
I'm gonna question Prince Maxwell. I'm gonna ask him, and I will tell the people, you tell President Joseph Yema Boyka, Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, that Prince Maxwell is not worth it because he's saying he's not declaring this asset. I agree with you, Mohammed. This is water under the bridge. But these are things that we got to learn from, right? This is lesson learned. 96 of them, entity came into power. They work. They came with nothing. But go look at all their many mansions and all the wealth out there. So listen, yeah, Minister Wodokoli.
Yes, I like to make 1 or 2 points when it comes to asset declaration. It's very, very, very important, Stanton, that Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boyka make sure that it should be one of the criteria, one of the major criteria, because this is where the corruption comes in. When you come from renting 1-bedroom apartment in Jalatan or somewhere in Lokintown, and you come to power by through the means of becoming minister for one of the ministry, and then after 1 month, after 2 months, we see you with huge buildings, we see you with luxurious cars. Nobody saying you can't have these things, but you must be able to work honestly to get these things. You cannot get these things, these properties on the back of the poor Liberian people. And oh no. That's why you see in America, before you become a senator or a governor, you have to declare your asset for the government to know how much you worth, how much money you got. You understand? They have to know that. And if we cannot put our feet down in Liberia for people to declare the asset before they become appointed, then we'll go back to the same 7 and 6. That means we'll go back to the same thing that happened in George Weah government. And to be fair enough, we have to put our feet down. It should be one of the serious criteria that we set, declare your asset. Now look, just recently, they appointed LACC, the new LACC, right? LACC did not declare the asset. And they confirmed it. They confirmed it right in the eyes of the people. But I'm sure this government, the Liberian people will be watching, including myself. They will be watching to see whether we will do the right thing. If you come into government and you don't have anything, of course, you will see the people's money to enrich yourself.
So yeah, we'll get a few hard time, Minister. What do you call it? We'll give them hard time.
I became the minister, I declare my asset. I have a letter to that in my archive. So that should be set as one of the most important criteria. When you are appointed, we need to know your worth and we need to go after worth. So it is important.
Let me ask you a question. I beg you, Steven, you come on the one. Prince, you want to come on the one before Steven? No problem. We'll go to column 3. Let me ask you a question. I beg you, quickly. Let me ask you a question, my brother. These documents, right? The Minister of Justice have all of them. Okay? The Minister of Justice, they are in possession of all of this report. Even the rest report we're about to share with you guys. Listen, the recommendation were made. What's going on, friend? You think Joe, we have our own friend Musa Din Lake? Seriously, you think he was under so much pressure he couldn't speak? Somebody need to answer this question. I thought this guy was free. I thought he's the only minister that can stand in front of the president and tell the president and say you're wrong. I mean, how can he
Stand on,
survive 6 years and all
stand on.
these
Most
things
of the,
with his signature?
stand on. I do agree with Ambula when he said water is on the bridge. Let's be let's call spade a spade. We've said it here over and over, many times over. It's almost like we know the answer to the questions that we are posing, and we still ask the same question. Musa Din was ineffective. Simple as it is. Despite the fact every he had ample opportunity based on the information he received, he never acted upon this information. He acted upon information that pleased the president, but not the public. Now, when Ambula said this is a defining moment for the legacy of the incoming president's administration, is to not see the asset declaration as a mere joke, but a critical, pivotal moment of establishing his legacy. Because that's the first place everybody's going to refer to. Ambassador Barker took over and never fully paid attention to the asset declaration of his cabinet, or his ballroom cabinet. Then the downfall of the administration and the narrative begins from that point on. One thing we should go back to, and this is issue that I want the people to highlight, and I continue to talk about it since we're all going around with the issue of the possibility of improprieties, right? The land, the diplomatic land for the Republic of Liberia in Belgium was sold by the George Weah administration. That issue needs to be investigated. The ambassador needs to be investigated for that. This one is now water under the bridge issue. This issue is an issue of continuation, and the new Minister of Foreign Affairs will have to pay critical attention to that, because the asset selling has to stop in our diplomatic field. These are issues that Ambassador Boakai, the president-elect, is going to meet in fact, he's going to meet these things on the table right now. And the reason why I can speak to that right now is because the current government is no longer in administration, not more than that. I made it absolutely clear land was sold. And there are documentations to that. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has this documentation. Who authorized the land sale? Who were involved in the land sale? Why was it sold? Where were the money sent? Those are pivotal questions of corruption. And those are important issues that anti-corruption institutions will be thinking about when they take over. And in this transition process period, they should be figuring out why was it sold in the first place. So Ambassador Boakai government, we put in so much expectation on his shoulder at this moment. And that's the reason why I narrowed down the expectation. I said the critical expectation of the incoming Boakai administration is his cabinet pick, because it's going to send a strong message of what to expect, not just to our domestic audience, but to our sub-regional partners and our international partners.
Okay.
I think the Minister of Justice is one of the key ringleaders, the aider and abetter, because he understands both the gravity of of some of these crimes. Because he would be the even though the president may have his own legal advisor, Archie Bernard, I want to believe, but remember that those advisors will be at the interest of the president. The individual that is supposed to be at the core interest of the state and the people is the Minister of Justice, because, like you said, he's the only one who disagrees with the president as a cabinet bra. But I think Frank Musadin himself is corrupt. And one of the reasons why he fell out with Sema Serena Cephas was because Sema was in his way. Not that Sema was blocking him, but um, when you had a deputy that wanted a subordinate that wanted your job because of what he stands to benefit. So as a result, they had that clash. Now they've gone apart, right? I can tell you the individual replacing Same as Serena Cephas, probably is a very subservient individual. That's why we've not heard. Not that there's nobody acting in that capacity, but Musa Dean is the chief ringleader in all of this. And I think one of the ways we can begin to is to make him the focus of any attention. I mean, the focus of attention of any future endeavor to retrieve some of this stolen wealth. I continue to talk about stolen wealth because that's the very first money that you get. The international community is weary to be giving people money just like this. I don't know whether we'll have that goodwill anymore. One of the best ways you can begin to run this government is to retrieve that which has been stolen. And this $11.5 million is just a little, probably just a small bit of the money that will be coming into government that Musa Din and others, laundered. I will say it. The president is one person, but remember, these individuals like Musa Din should be the core focus of any future prosecution. And I'll tell you, we shall not relent.
Thank you very much. Stephen Johnson, you've been around the block, my brother. You've been around the block. You understand this. We'll be going to the phone. I just received another document, which is so disturbing. I don't know. You know why? I think people are tired, Stephen. I think people are tired now. They're just giving up, sending all these documents. People been keeping them because they have fear that, listen, if I do these things and Joe, we win another election, I will lose my job or they will come after me. But now people just saying, you know what? To hell with George Weah. He's out. So let's just let it. So I believe what Mama say or Prince Maxwell echo, this is water under the bridge. But we need to talk about it. The Ministry of Finance was a hellhole when it comes to the government, Stevie. The Ministry of Finance destroyed our country in every capacity, everywhere. The problem of our financial situation in Liberia, the cemetery. From the cemetery, you can come all the way down. Everywhere you have cemetery signature. Look at this one I received again. I just asked Mommy. Mommy said we'll wait for tomorrow or Monday before we discuss it. Cemetery signatures and everything. Our country is bleeding. And to tell you the truth, I don't know, my fellow Liberian, that we have enough time to repair, that President-elect and Vice President-elect have enough time to fix this country problem. Because you know why? we are in the depth of the ocean, that when you go there, there will be no oxygen. Stephen Johnson, this is bad for our nation. And the Liberian people need to know this. That's why we're not relenting. We will speak on this thing every day. And I said to all of you listening to us, thank you for sharing these very important information. I'm so glad to get that rest document. The money they put in UBA Bank, Fusion account, the fake account they created. Mawani Dix, this lady. I'm so glad I got that document. I'm so glad that I get the one from from GT Bank about the $3.5 million. I'm happy that I received that document. But look at these people. Look at Mawani Diggs. Look at her. The woman stood in line and said they gave the people the money. The rest importer. She lied. This is the commerce minister. She lied. The woman grew up in America. She knows exactly the system. She ran an institution, an educational institution here in America. She had over 3,000 people working under her. She went to Liberia and she joined Samuel Tued and President George Weah to destroy the country. And they lied and said they gave $11 million to rice importer. That was a blinking lie. With these documents, they didn't. They put the money in UBA Bank on a fake account called Fusion account. Right now, the account is overdraft is in the red. Who gave her the direction? Samuel Tued. Samuel Tued again. And it was approved by President George Weah. Talk to me, Stevie. I mean, we got a long hill to climb.
One small information I want to provide: Mawani lived in a state where the mayor of that the city where she lived was sent to prison. I think Kwame Kilpatrick or so. Well, so she understands deep well what's in all of this. She would be one of the key individuals that would be answerable to the Liberian people And I tell you,
Thank you.
if President Boyka don't pursue some of these people, some of us will fall apart from the train if they have any train going after these people pretty soon.
Thank you.
And Stephen Johnson, you can rest assured that I'll lead that battle, my brother.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stephen. You make it a very important point, true. If nothing is done, then that's an issue. Stephen, talk to us. Stephen, we're not hearing you. Somebody call your phone or so, maybe you got interrupted. Mama, talk to us on this issue, please.
I mean, I want to follow Colonel Remy Grace's thought about going after people, and the clarification and the message I would really want the Unity Party supporters to send across. The Joseph Boakai administration is not going after people to witch hunt. I mean, I think it should be for two reasons. One, to send a signal to the people he bringing in his government that if you do it, this is what will happen to you. That is the benefit of ensuring accountability, of ensuring people who work in government account for their service. When you do it, the people you bring in government will receive the signal that no, now is business as usual. We are in a new regime. We are on a new train. All the old practices are going away. That is the benefit of holding people accountable. The second benefit is to you, the ordinary Liberians. When people are held accountable and monies they store are retrieved, those resources are used to invest into the hospitals. So you go there, you can get drugs. In the school, so your children can have chairs to sit on. Those resources can be invested into areas where it can create jobs for you. That's why you should support it. That's why you should demand your president to ensure he hold people accountable, not witch hunting. Also, holding people accountable is not only about finding them to be at fault of stealing. No. But it's just about understanding what happened while they provided leadership for a specific institution. All may not be wrong. Things could be right. And you're able to copy from those good examples or the good things they did. Some of the things they did may not be criminal. It might just be mistakes. You will be able to learn from those mistakes and do it better. So when we're talking about Joseph Boakai and the UP administration holding people accountable, asking hard questions, it's not only to go hold you at fault and say, oh, you stole money. No. It's to understand the challenges you went through in managing an institution. The good steps you took that were successful, those you took that were not successful, so we learn from them to improve on them. In that process, if we observe that you stole public resources and directed it to personal use, we hold you accountable to bring it back. And that's where we need the public support to ensure that you don't take the criminal as your own. If somebody is being held accountable, you say, oh no. When the other man want to be held accountable, you say, oh yes. He can steal, but I'm a criminal. Leave him. We don't want that. When we start to see those signals, then we're going to repeat the same thing we're coming from complaining against. And to the young people in Unity Party, you should be the champion for this. Joseph Boakai is an elderly man. I mean, he's lived his life, he's lived his legacy. I mean, he's into retirement. We pray for long life that he can live outside government and see how the country move forward. But if you think this is your time now to steal too, it's your time now to not declare your asset, it's your time now to not be accountable, Joseph Boakai will go just how George went. A new government will come, and the things you want, you will not get. Liberia will not forgive Unity Party. They gave you 2 terms. George he blundered. They say, okay, let's give the people another chance. They gave you the 3rd chance. If you blunder, they will no longer give you the chance. And that chance that they will be denying you of will be the chance that you, the young folks in Unity Party, are supposed to lead. So if you sit and watch Joseph Boakai and other people around Joseph Boakai ruin your chances, I'm not predicting that. I have confidence in his ability to do it. That's the reason why I supported him. I'm just giving a hypothetical case. If you sit and allow it to spoil, Liberian people will not forgive Unity Party again. So the young folks in Unity Party should be the champion of good governance to ensure the party succeed, so there can be more opportunity for Unity Party leadership across the country. Thank you.
I agree with you, Mame. And let me just say this, one of the words in Liberia that a lot of public officials hate to hear is the word audit. That word is denoted in as a negative word. When people hear audit, the first thing that comes to mind is that they are coming to catch criminals. And not in all instances, audit are meant to determine fraud, waste, and abuse. There are times audits are intended to look at system and control. So, and to also trace cash flow, to just see how your money is moving. Because, for instance, you could send your driver to fill your tank, right? Your tank was on E. The driver goes to the gas station, he fills the tank, he comes back without a receipt. But the tank is on F. If somebody came to ask you whether the driver bought the gas and how can you prove it, you don't have a receipt. You cannot also say that because you didn't have a receipt, it means the driver now is stole the money, but because you can see, so most of the time these systems are controlled. Now, so the current government should not see, and I agree with Mame on this, should not see this as a wish from no. It's just to be able to understand the financial well-being of the country and those who are involved in misappropriation, misapplication, and clear waste, fraud, and abuse to be able to account. Public monies must be accounted for. When I work at the Ministry of Finance, it will interest you to note that if the government owes you a penny, the government issues you a check. The government issues you a check. The value of a check is far more than a penny. But you know the only reason why government will issue you a check? Because even up to a penny of public money must be accounted for. You could come to the ministry, I just take a penny from my pocket and say, hey, the money will owe you. No. It must be documented. But let me just say this on the issue of asset. Most of the time, the concept of conversation is on asset that we miss other key important areas. And we've seen that, especially in the George Weah administration. The issue of credential audits. And Mame them ran an organization that, because, look, we've allowed public service to be inundated most time with misfit, people who don't have the requisite credential and training to occupy positions simply because of the political connections. People must put their credential up for vetting. So it's not just the issue of the asset, because it's easy. I can write all my assets that I carry to GSC, but let's say I fake my credential. How do you, my asset there, my credential on the other side, and I get it, credential audit. And another thing, character vetting. People who go to public service must be people of brittle character. You cannot go to public service when you have bent in your record, because you setting an example, you setting your government up for success. And so those are the other areas you will be, you have to look at. And let me just close on this one. Still don't talk about Musa Dean is the only minister that the justice minister is the only minister that can disagree with the president. Of course, yes. But while we're president, we have said that anybody will disagree with. The first thing, we have failed to call cabinet meetings. When the last time you saw cabinet meeting in Liberia? In the last 6 years? Anybody can speak to that? When the last time you saw any communication calling officials of government to cabinet meeting? When the last time in the last 6 years did President we have visit any ministry or agency to just ask the simple question, what's going on here? Zero. Weah's ineptitude was capitalized on by folks like Musa Dean and others. So that's why they could not afford to resign, because they were on pump and pageantry. We enjoying this boy. He's not knowledgeable about the governance process. And so let's just ride him. That's all. We are just in the middle of a syndicate. In a bubble. In his mind, he's the best president since 1847. to the point where we have failed to even to test the pulse of the nation, just by going in the street to understand what was happening in the market. We have failed. When they build one market, we have go dedicate, he go back to the mansion, he thinks everything is okay at the market. Whether market women are having businesses, whether people are going there to buy, he didn't care. And so at the end of the day, what you are left with is a president who was in a bubble without any understanding about what was going on around him and believing that he was the best president since 1847. Liberian people only came out on the 14th to tell President Weah that you are wrong. You failed to deliver on your promises. You promised jobs. You promised opportunities for young people. You promised us that you are going to fight corruption. You are going to bring a change. You failed. From day one, you failed. Your failure to have audited the UP government was the basis of your government's failure. You do not even know the financial status of the country. How do you start a government without even knowing the financial status of the country? That's why in the first 6 months, you started struggling to pay civil servants. And what happened? The IMF had to intervene, tell you, say, Muhammad now people pay in order to reduce your payroll so that you can be able to pay civil servants. So Ambassador Parker should learn from that and begin as soon as possible, set up this thing and Center, I'd like to recommend that we bring next week, bring John Molu here. Let's have some of these conversations around audits, asset recovery, asset declaration, because he served before as Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia. He has a wealth of experience in that area, and he will be somebody who can provide counsel here that the government, the new government, can begin to look at and think about how can you proceed in this kind of interim period. What are some of the financial bottlenecks and rigidity regimes you can put in place to be able to safeguard you into January?
Thank you very much, Stephen Johnson. I will come to you, Prince. I want to make Prince to go last, then we go to the phone line. You know, we are all exhausted from this long elections night. So please, right now it's 11:26 in Liberia. We'll be here till 7 o'clock, which will be 12 midnight in Liberia. Again, we have only 34 more minutes. After Prince, we'll go to the phone line and wrap this thing up. This is a very, very tiring Saturday, but we are blessed to be here. I'm shocked. The information out there, they are disturbing. And I hope you guys will have access to the rest money and you can share it, put it on your page, let Liberans see it. The Ambassador Prince Maxwell.
Stanton, I will add to what my two colleagues have stated on the issue of asset declaration, on the issue of labor accountability, capital accountability, and all that kind of stuff that I'll add to that. Listen, the Liberian people have voted in Ambassador Barker. They need to move another step forward. And I'm going to encourage this because we have a gap. And that gap, if we do not have anything to protect that gap, by the time Ambassador Barker takes over in January, it's going to be really, really hard. I will encourage civil servant disobedience. The government right now is in a lame duck period. If Samuel Twe or anybody come to you, civil servant, I'm speaking to you, civil servants, both that are in the public financial service management area. If government official come to you to sign, to put a signature on a certain amount of money that you know is not good, walk out of the office. Walk out and go to a radio station and say the reason why you left that office or you want to resign because you refuse to sign that paper for that money. You guys need to do that. You guys need to put yourself on the line too. Many of you guys, your offices will be filled with deputy ministers, assistant ministers, and ministers to sign all kinds of funny papers. Take your time. Do not rush. You have a next president coming in very, very soon. Protect that president. Be patriotic. Do not sign anything you're not comfortable with. You're not forced to do that. You should be the first line of protection right now. Ambassador Barker's cabinet is just being formed. I bet he's sitting down with his advisors right now, talking and debating that. You voted him in power. You gave him the power. Now you have to protect it in this gap period that is called the lame duck period until January. You will not lose your job. Believe me or not, you will not lose your job. If Twe comes to you that you need to sign something or that you need to prepare a document to take to his office to sign, and you realize it's going to cause a major problem, do not take that document out. Leave the office, walk out. If you have to put a stamp on a document that will be going to the central bank and you know that amount of money is going to cause major problem, do not stamp it. Hold on to your patriotism. Let them say they will fire you. When the next government take over, go and get a redress to that government. State clearly, the reason why I did not sign that document and got fired was because of this reason. And I got proof to that. We should protect Liberia right now because Liberia needs protection. You could not do that. I understand why you could not do that before. For me, I walked out. I left because I wanted my signature and my advice to be on something. I said no. And that's the reason why the government of the Republic of Liberia needs to order the issue of the land sale. There were individuals involved in the land sale. And we need to know why they sold the land. Walk out. The president-elect is counting on you to be the first line of defense in protecting democracy and protecting our public finance. If you see somebody taking government computer out of the office, you got your cell phone, take the picture and send it to Spoon TV. Let's use our cell phones. We have the tools. If someone taking something, the person is taking something home. If Jefferson Koji is taking the entire city hall with him, take his picture, record it, and send it to Spoon TV. We need to know because if these things are in the dark, and if Ambassador Barker comes over, civil servant will not have, as Stephen said correctly, civil servant will not have the money to take pay on time. We need to stop that. From day one, when Ambassador Barker takes over, the government still continues. The government does not stop. If Samuel Twe, if anyone in the government right now saying to any bank to collect money, think twice because you'll be mortgaging your children's future. The next government coming in is for 6 years. Do not mortgage your future for 2 more months. It is incumbent upon you to stand in the vanguard, to be the front line defender. Say no and do not be afraid.
You muted, Angie Mama.
Yeah, thank you very much. Angie Mama, are you talking?
Yeah.
We got to go to the phone line. Let's hear from MG Mama, and we go to the phone line.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Yes, I'd just like to add on to what Maxwell said. Like I said yesterday, the other day, the citizens of Liberia have voted a new government. Do not be afraid, like he said. Be the watchdog for yourself. Be the watchdog for Liberia. Be the watchdog for your for the government, the incoming government. Do not sit there for people to take public properties and take it home. No, take the photos, send it to us, and they are not going to go free. Like he said, we are not witch hunting. But this government that we just elected, the people want what? Accountability. The people want transparency. The people want good governance. These are the things we're lacking in George Weah's government. These are some of the things that brought him down. So you, the Liberian citizens, you, the civil servants who are working for this country, you are the people that do the technical work. You are the people that protect government interests. You are the people that have all the major documents passing through your hands. Look, you have the responsibility, each civil servant, has the responsibility to protect government property, to protect government interests, to protect everything until your president comes in. And even when your president comes in, you still have to keep the government feet, at fire. We have to make sure that when what government is doing wrong, we say, oh, you're going the wrong way or you're not going the right way, in a respectful manner. But we cannot sit there for the people to carry the government property, the government cars, the government. We don't have the money to buy new things. For all you people as of today, be the government keeper. And whatever you say today is in your interest. It will benefit you. The majority of the people that we're fighting for will benefit you. So you're listening to us. We're not wishing thing, but we ask them. And one of the questions we ask these people who, for instance, like a deputy minister who is making $2,500 we know the salaries. And you come up being a millionaire or a billionaire, whatever it is. Now you tell me, if your expenditure is more than what? Your income, how do you justify that? You have to justify it. We have to call the people in to tell us, how do you accumulate this wealth? How do you get so much money? You have to tell the Liberian people. It's not wishing thing, but we must start setting the record right now that they're going to come in and explain their own explain wealth. All the wealth they accomplished on the back of the Liberian people, they have to explain. If you cannot explain, then the government will have to take those properties and turn it back and turn it to the people and make use of it. This is what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Damo, can we get to the phone line and take some calls? We got about 24 more minutes to be on the show. We want to appreciate every one of you. Again, the guys are asking that we have a special program tomorrow. Man, the election is over, man. Steve, what are you giving me a hard time for? What kind of special program did you do tomorrow?
Yeah, election.
Yeah, but we will do so. Spoon Talk is here. Spoon Talk is here to stay. Is Damo in studio? Damo, thank you. Can we take calls and for us to leave?
Yes, sir, we can. The numbers to call 077771075 055101075. Just as added information, your boy Nelson a crier, yo.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's yeah. You know what? Hold on 1 minute. Women, hold on. I'm going to bring you in. Let's play Nelson video. It's important. Why was Nelson crying today? I was kind of confused. Let's play
Nelson, yeah,
that
you
video.
explain yourself. Is
No, but
yeah.
let's play the video. Let's play the video. Let's play the video first. I want everybody to watch this video. It's important.
I pray
Yeah.
right now school. I made a CEO to come in. Nelson could have cry. I'm sending the CEO the link right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is
Why was he
But tell me,
crying?
what are you laughing for? The man was emotional.
Why? But why was he crying though?
The
Why?
election results still on my son
Nelson
cry.
say.
My son cry.
Nelson say. But Nelson right. Yeah, let Nelson explain so.
Yeah,
Nelson is
but
right.
share it one more time. I want people to see it before we hear from Nelson. Can you
I
please?
pray right
Yeah.
now school. I made a CEO to come in. Nelson could have cry. I'm sending the CEO the link right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is the boy got love for airplane, but he make it. You can see
Wait,
the love.
yeah, this thing can have. But go ahead. That Nelson tells Nelson, what's up? Well,
The
Nelson,
car.
come on. This
Yeah,
thing
no.
can have Bowie. But people, can you please help us send Nelson to Ghana? He never flew. He never left the country in all his life. So we're trying to send Nelson and Diamond and some of the staff, to just have a week break. Okay? Just 1 week break. Maybe to
See,
Ghana or somewhere within the neighborhood of ECOWAS. And but Damo, what did you tell him that caused him to cry?
Well, we've been working really hard, not just the elections weeks, but ahead of elections planning and everything, and you can see the stress and everything. Uh, some of us we haven't even been sleeping at home. You know what happened with Shana. People attacking him at his house. He had to move to a secondary location and all of that. So I told Nelson that you had said he should pick any country of his choice within
He
5
couldn't answer.
seconds. Yeah, it took him 25 seconds, almost 30 minutes to select a country. In fact, he was even looking at. Then he made the disclosure, you know, and like many of us, these opportunities are needed. Officers need to, employers need to express gratitude to their employees, not just by saying, "Oh, you did well." Let them go on retreats. Let them go and rejuvenate. Let them enjoy themselves and come back with a renewed energy and vigor. So when I told Nelson, Nelson said he has never been on board an airplane before. He only like myself, he's a big time millionaire. Airplane, airplane, airplane. so, so, you know, that's why he broke down. He couldn't hold it back. He started crying. And he walked off the off from the camera's view. And that lasted for like 10 minutes. You know.
So bring Nelson on.
Mega love for airplane.
Nelson come on because
But he not make it.
But you know, big
You know what he will make it. He will make
You see
it.
the love on his face.
you see the love. You got love for the station.
Yeah, you can see the love on
He
his
got
face.
he got love for the station, but he make it.
You will make it.
I mean, you get love for the station, you will make it. You will make
Yeah, you
it.
can see the love for the station.
No,
You
shut
will
it,
make it.
you.
But the man get passport. You're talking about airplane. The man
The
get
man got
passport.
passport. Hey, you got
The man
passport,
got-
Nelson?
The man got passport. Nothing.
No, I got passport.
The man got passport. The man
Man got
prepare the passport for just in case.
The man get love for the station
My man,
and
he
he
like
make it.
bro, when you like bro, you got active passport, you know. You can wait till
Listen,
any time.
listen, Nelson. Let's do it. It's not only you, it's all of you. But you got too much love for the network. You do the late night show, you come in the day, you at the NDC, even David Eto Brand Lasana, she fallen in love with you. She like your questioning, she giving you words, asking you, is this you brought a bull?
Because Nelson promoting her 24 hours, that's why.
So the issue here is that, we're going to ask the audience today to exactly, seriously, to say the Buduburan camp in Ghana. We got to say something, Nelson. But you say what? The man get love for the network, right? But he make it.
Yeah, but he make it.
No, you make
He
it.
make it.
No,
He make it. Don't mind, he make it.
He make
Yeah,
it.
he make it.
They think ahead. They think ahead, Nelson. I beg you, don't cry again, Nelson. We'll speak to the CEO, man.
You can see the love in your face.
And he make it.
He make it. Don't mind, he make it.
We'll speak to the CEO because we're going for inauguration. You guys got to chill back and relax and have some fun. So let Madam Tidi kind of the CEO of the network and see how many of you guys can just go right next door, Ghana. Get on the plane for once. Enjoy yourself checking in and checking out. And, stay in one of these best hotels. Somebody is listening to me right now. They say they will be responsible for that trip. But I'm not the CEO anymore any longer. I have to speak to Madam Ikane, and we send information to her. Somebody's saying they will be responsible for that trip. Nelson, are you carrying your girlfriend with you, or your wife, or whosoever?
Yes,
Hey, got me put him, man. He said to the shut down.
exactly.
Auntie Mama wants to say something. She's been in this traveling business for so long.
Auntie Mama?
Yeah.
Today when I was on my way to Spoon this evening, normally I put the radio on, and I heard just a little bit, just a portion of it. And when I came in, that's what we're discussing in the back. And I said to myself, this is great. I just wanted to say thanks to you again, Stanton, for taking care of my children, because the entire media of Liberia love Auntie Jemima. I'm friendly with everybody across the board. Okay, Prime, everybody. All the media children are my children. So I just want to say in a public manner, thank you so much. And I will give them $500 for the package change.
Oh.
No.
Hey guys, you know what? Give it to you, please. I don't want no trouble, Andrew Mama. This is what we do at the station. Please give it to Madam Titi Cannon, the CEO.
Yeah.
Okay.
You give it to them, she will get mad at me. But I want to say thank you very much. Now, guys, somebody said they'll be responsible for the plane ticket to take you there. Madam Titi, Andrew Mama is giving that $500 for your packaging as you get there. Madam Titi Cannon will do the rest. Other will come in for your hotel stay and whatsoever. 1 week, gentlemen. I'm asking you guys, seriously, you did extremely well. And this for everyone, but especially you too. You did extremely well. If you go on that trip, I'm asking you, are you taking your girlfriend or your wife or your significant other? You got to tell the people tonight. Damn, you too. Are you taking your girlfriend?
The last time I checked, the ticket is for one. So that's just the answer they see you.
But that's a great thing. We're happy for you. You did a good job, and I think Madam Titi Kana, the CEO, will not say anything contrary to what the people are willing to do for you guys. And again, that's Ghana. They get Kumasi, they get Accra, they get other places. You can go now on the internet and find the best spot you want to go and have fun. Most people run into Accra, but I don't know Ghana like that. So you can do your search and let's just make this happen. Inauguration is around the corner. If you guys should take a trip, do it as fast as you can to come back for us to set up for the inauguration. Again, man, I say thanks to you and everyone at the station. To those that are contributing to this great cause, for our guys, we say thank you. And again, I want to say thanks to everyone that helped us with motorbike. We were able to get how many motorbike, Diamond? 8 or how many?
We were able to get 3. There were initially 4, but we had to return 1 for reasons I can't disclose on the radio. So we
I think it was 6.
Yeah,
it was 6 motorbike because Madam Titi, because of the election, she will be buying additional 2. The one you guys carry back, and the other 2, so we'll be having 5. That's great. 5 motorbike belongs to the network. For inauguration, will be all set up. We'll be coming back to you guys to help. Again, we are all doing this together. This is your network, Liberia. I'm so happy. James now, he web man, he in Poland, he can't even come for a second. I gotta go to school. I gotta sleep. The time different. James is traveling in Brussels and other places. God bless him. We got people out there. We got to really send our young men out there. I'm so happy. Under the Joseph Yima Bwaka government, you will find our reporter that will be embedded with the president. Right now, if you go to the president hall, you find one of them there. I'm telling you, we have to encourage them, Maxwell. They will travel freely. They will bring us the first-hand information. I want to see them in front of the White House. When Joseph Yima Bwaka, President Bwaka, going to meet Joe Biden, I want to see the Spoon reporter in front of the White House. I am Diamond Slanger reporting for Spoon Network in Washington, D.C., in front of the White House. That's exactly what we want. And that's exactly what we're fighting for. Because you will be with the president. I am. Can you imagine our president going to the United Nations and we don't have a accredited network from Liberia in the pool of journalists to ask them questions?
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
Carrasco had to go live to ask.
Carrasco is the president aide. He's not a journalist. I mean, this is wrong. We need to change it. We need to empower this young man. Next year, October, when President Joseph Yima Bwaka coming for the UNGA, I want to say, I am Delson Collier reporting from the United Nations, New York, New York. And that's, it gave you that feelings. Seriously, it empowered them. So I'm saying to our network, I spoke to Jake. I said, Jake, we got to change this thing. We shouldn't be biased. If OKFM want to sponsor the reporter, OKFM should. Everybody should be part of the pool. That when you go there, this thing assist them. Mommy, you know it. You're in Washington, D.C., mommy. They're going to clear them. They're going to bring them in the White House. They're going to sit. With these reporters you see on CNN, they will be part of that group. Because your president is there. You will ask Joe Biden a question, or whoever the president may be 2024. You wear your costume and your tie. You will ask them. You will ask your president, Joseph Yima Bwaka, a question. People will look at you. Guys, man, that's what we're trying to do.
I saw a video. So sometimes most of the investments you make with the journalists, You count on them for output. I saw a documentary from a Ghanaian journalist. You saw it, right, Steve? I saw a
Yeah, that
documentary
documentary was excellent.
just shot of a Ghanaian journalist assigned to the president of Ghana to the United Nations General Assembly. Look, when you watch that thing, I mean, tears will
Can you
want to come
send
to
it?
your eye.
Maybe we'll play one of these days. If you can
Yeah,
find it, can you send it?
I've seen it. It's very professionally done.
Very professionally done.
In the space of 2-3 minutes, he cataloged the president's whole trip to the UNGA and the sidelines meeting.
And the sideline meeting.
But have we seen that moment? President Joe Biden, where I come undercover, how long they keep him to the New York airport? He goes swear, he come back swear, no information of the foreign ministry, everybody mad. Listen, these guys then, our young men and women, and not only Diamond or Nelson or Aaron Kuben or all these people, we should empower the young women. The young women should go along.
George Weah is not a measurement for a better president. You cannot use it as a yardstick to measure institutional understanding president. You can't do that. President Weah never cared about none of these things. To him, they were never part of his system of operation. So the fact that he took over government didn't mean that he was going to adapt those processes.
Are these things in the foreign budget, Prince Maxwell? Are they part of the budget for the president to have the press pool and travel?
Absolutely, yes.
So they're eating the money. Yes, they're eating the money.
Yep. Madam Shirley took the press pool with her most of the time.
Wow.
Yeah, go look at the records. The records are there.
A lot of things to change, though. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I encourage. Listen, I will encourage everyone out there. Do it for country. Be part of the team. You know, when a minister is traveling on a governmental program, the minister is supposed to carry the press. But you know what, Mommy, this is why they don't do it. They're going to do something different. And they
President, we had a private plane. President, we had a private plane. How can you carry the press?
Besides that, he got a lot of things that he's hiding.
Exactly.
He's traveling, his protocol, his activities, where he's going, how long he will be there. It's not known. Sometimes he even lie.
So now he go Ghana to go spend some time there. He not going to the right place. But like for instance, Air Force One, when the president of the United States traveling CNN, how do people on board the flight?
They on board the flight. Yeah, they got a senior correspondent on that flight.
On the flight.
Exactly.
But sent on a private plane for Liberia. So what are we going to do with the plane?
It's not
renting. He renting.
Okay.
Yeah. But so, I say happy folks. I want to say thank you very much. We got to change the system. We got to empower our young men and women. We should be proud when they stand in Washington, D.C. or New York, Times Square, and say, I am James Goodday Flomer reporting from Times Square for Spoon Network, or reporting from Times Square for OK FM. We should announce that. They should carry the badge. They should carry the flag of Liberia. They should represent our country. All right? And they should sit alongside with CNN reporter in the White House. When the CNN reporter come down, look at the Congress, when they're coming down. What if they invite Joseph Boakai to address the nation Congress? Our reporter should be there. We have to change the system. We have to. And I'm begging each and everyone. Election is over. Help us help you. With God above, our right to prove this thing must come to pass for the new Liberia and a better Liberia. And if anybody come along with the president and you decide to stay, you don't want to go back, we'll chase you out of here. That's another thing. Yeah, best Stevie. So when I got it, I go swear, they won't go back. We'll chase you out of here. Thank you very much, guys. Let's do our closing, man. We'll take calls next time. Please, you forgive us. Let's do our closing.
Okay.
Mama, let Auntie Mama go first. She's in studio.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I just want to say to the Liberian people that we are working for you and we'll continue to work for you, Spoon Network. And be the security for yourself, for the government, in terms of protecting government properties. Protect it from today's date onward. Protect government properties because it belongs to you. It's your taxes that would use to buy those properties that within the federal ministry, the cars, the decks, the computer, everything. So be the security. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Woodacuddy. Mama, you want to go?
Yeah, I can go. So
Yeah.
I mean, going forward, we had a very successful campaign. We won the election because the Liberian people wanted change. Uh, they were angry because Kush were in the country and the president careless. So they will expect that Joseph Waka will, show concern and take action. They rejected George Weah because he failed to declare his assets and hold his ministers accountable to do so. That's the reason why, one of the reasons why they rejected him. I'm sure Vice President Joe Walker will try to avoid that. They also rejected him because when he took over, he promised that he would have, you know, investigated, major crimes of corruption. He lied, he did not do it. 6 years, nobody from the administration, even though there were seas of corruption across the country, he took no action. I'm sure Vice President Walker will not allow that to happen. President-elect Joseph Walker will not allow that to happen. He will investigate past government officials, not to wish on them, but just to set the record straight, to know where he's starting from. You cannot pick up a country and you just start running with it. You want to know where you're starting from. You want to inform the country where you're starting from. Ministers taking over different agencies want to say where they're starting from. So we expect that he will go ahead and do that in the interest of the country, in the interest of even those who leave in. You don't want to leave a ministry and then 2 months after people say, oh, he left the ministry empty, and then you go in to talk of war. You want to leave on record. So we will be here, and as the time affords, to just remind the people around President-elect Joseph Boakai about promises they made to the Liberian people. Sometimes you want to do something. You just need that voice. You just need that reminder to do it, like even during the elections. You have partisans of Unity Party who are ready to go and vote, but they only needed consistent voice and encouragement to go and do it. Not that they did not want to vote, but they needed that voice. Sometimes you're doing something is right, but you just want additional level of confirmation that it's right to do it, and then you go and do it. So we'll be here to continue to remind them to do those things that they promised to do for the Liberian people. We will be respectful, we'll be cautious. We know things are difficult. We will not be insensitive, to the reality that they are human beings. There are sometimes they may make steps. We'll be there to help them guide through the way. But by and large, we will not compromise. If, not declaring your asset under George Weah were wrong, it is wrong under Joseph Boakai. If not investigating corruption of the past was wrong under George Weah, it will be wrong under Joseph Boakai. We encourage him to do so. Competence. If he will encourage sycophants who will not sit in their ministries and agencies to do their work, but will come and rally around him all the time, we'll tell him, President Boakai, you need deliverables, you need outcomes. These people you bring in government must be able to deliver. They must have contract performance with you on what they will deliver, for the Liberian people. Will be here, to remind them. We have faith, we have confidence in his ability, we have confidence in the team he's putting together. Our comments that we'll be making will not be intended to undermine what they're doing. It will be intended in good faith to keep them up on toes to do the right thing for the Liberian people.
Thank you very much, Abdullah Mohammed. Thanks a lot. Prince Maxwell.
Promises made must be promises kept. Promises made must be promises kept. The expectation of Liberian people are very, very high right now. The singularity in that is the expectation of the ballroom cabinet that His Excellency President-elect Joseph Boakai will bring to bear, because it sends a very, very strong message. And I think that with everything else happening around Liberia, regionally, sub-regionally, and globally, I think that His Excellency President-elect Boakai will want to send a strong message to the international community that he's ready for business. The Liberia is open for business. and the Liberia is serious from where they are coming from. To His Excellency, outgoing Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maxwell Sakimia, you're an honorable man. You did what you could do on the circumstances in which you were given, but you have to leave. And this period in which you are about to leave is a very important period, because now your ministry that you control in these last days will be at the helm of ushering in the new president of the Republic of Liberia. I will hope that you have hit the ground running as it pertains to those plannings that will usher smoothly in this transition. To Honorable Jarvis A. Waterspoon, the Chief of Protocol, Republic of Liberia, you have a huge order, a huge responsibility ahead of you. I worked in that office before. I worked with you before, so I know what you and your team will be going through.
Is he stay there though? He was reassigned to the UN.
Was he?
Yes. He's here in New York. Check it out. That's my cousin.
I'm just getting that information.
Check it out. The man was just
how,
by name. I think Bono was running the whole thing, but graciously he got sick. He came to America, and they assigned him to the UN.
Okay, whoever is the acting chief of protocol right now.
I mean, you can find it though. I'm just.
No, I will have to check. I'll have to check on that information as quickly as possible.
You want me to call him?
Informed.
You want me to call him?
Of course you can call him. I mean, he's aware of me. He knows me. We have a very good relationship. I was just hoping that he was still in office right now, so because he will be responsible for this transitional period. So if he's not there, then that means there's an acting chief of protocol, and that acting chief of protocol will be responsible for the transitional period as it pertains to the responsibility given to the Office of Protocol, Department of Protocol, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So whoever is at the protocol, the helm of protocol right now, you have a huge order. You have a very, very huge order. So I hope that you can
I would
do
think
your
it's
work.
Muna.
Muna?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know her, right?
Yes. You're talking about Antoinette?
Yes, Antoinette.
But Antoinette is very
acting. I see her acting at programs.
Yeah, she's always been acting, but I've never seen any official communication for the promotion of chief of protocol. That's the reason why I didn't make mention of such name. But if Antoinette is there, Antoinette is very, very capable of this. This is what I'm talking about. People being in office with the responsibility, whether they are there or not there, is the public don't even know. But if Antoinette is there, Antoinette is absolutely capable. With that being said, Antoinette has had many transitional periods in which she's ushered in presidents. I've worked with her as a senior. She's been my senior protocol officer for many years. So definitely she will do a good job. I didn't know that Jarvis Witherspoon was sick. Maybe he just got sick. I didn't know that. But with that being said, the minister has a huge order, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a huge order. They will definitely be ushering a new president, and I hope that they are all doing everything right. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me announce this. I just spoke to my cousin, right? He's an advisor to the Liberia mission at the UN. He no longer hold the position
as chief of protocol.
Chief of protocol to the president.
Okay.
Or to the executive marshal. So now he serves as an advisor to the Liberia mission to the UN. Yeah, okay. But he said I should say hi to you. Indeed, you know. The man was just there as a figurehead anyway. You know, Finabono was running everything. So,
I mean,
but that's the way it is.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is wow. This does not happen, Stanton. It doesn't happen where the chief of protocol is reassigned and there's no official communication to that effect.
Well, we don't know what you mean because you didn't receive it. It means that no official communication.
Anyway.
Yeah, let's move on. We got
let's go to exactly
official communication still.
Wow.
Let's wrap up.
Are you supposed to be receiving official communication?
Wow, this is shocking.
It
That'll
should
be
be
a breach
public.
of
It should be public
diplomacy.
information.
It's a public information.
My man,
George, yeah,
my
anyway.
cousin and that no mobile. He relaxing by. You leave him alone. Let's move on.
I'm done for the day.
Thank you. Seriously.
Thank you, Senator. I think it was a great conversation here today, and let me one of the selling points of the of our campaign, the GMB campaign, was the fact that Ambassador Boaka is a man of integrity. He's a man who is experienced. He has worked for government for many years without a dent of corruption in his character. And so the issue of fighting corruption, it is one of the main reasons why Liberians in the multitude decided to elect Ambassador Joseph Boaka. And so the onus now is on Ambassador Boaka and the administration that on day one, the issue of fighting corruption should be the modus operandi of that government. And I remember when President Biden won, and this will be one of the critical moments in the new administration. On day one, Biden did not wait for a longer period. On day one, Biden had already signed about 17 executive orders. 17 executive orders on day one. So in the first few hours of his administration, he had already signed 17 executive orders. That is to tell you that here is a president who, before taking the oath of office, had a very, very successful transitional arrangement so that he knew exactly all of the things to tackle just going the Oval Office on day one. And I expect that would be similar thing will take. There are several things you can do executive order on day one. And the transitional team will be clothed with that authority to make those determinations. So it's been a great show. And also, Senator, one of the things I'd like to recommend to this show also is for us to begin to recap all of the different corruption issues that may head with over the last 6 years so that we can begin to dig up some of these stories, because there's a tendency in our country where we like to forget things.
Yeah, we forget. But are you
Yeah.
on tomorrow? Because if you guys are on tomorrow, then you'll be on. Because
Yeah, hit me up.
no,
Early.
I'm not hitting you. You got to say it now. If you're on
My man,
tomorrow,
call me. We'll talk. Call me.
Okay, because then I can just tell them that you will moderate. But man, we got to share this thing by what make can do all.
Yeah,
Call me. Make can talk all the men talk all. Can you go ahead?
Just
Among other things,
please, 1 minute. Go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website and see how the government has been completely disjointed. They still got a man named there as chief of protocol. Everybody go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. Go check it now. Go and see it.
Wow.
In addition about the clarion call that was made that Ambassador Joseph Boakai, President-elect, is a man of integrity and piousness, is the fact that we heard about some of the exchanges, how certain individual had gone to him and wanted his protection should he become president, and we'll know the answer he gave based on hearsay. That what have you done for which you require protection? If you have done nothing, you should not be afraid. So I believe this is a guy who has um, in an eye, and people say, well, don't see him that way. He will prosecute people. And we all have said that prosecution of people is not a canopy for witch hunting. If we have to step on impunity, definitely there should be the need for us to go after individuals who have done wrong. Never a society can go, the right way if we continue to sit on impunity. Definitely, people would think that they didn't do it to the other guy, therefore they can't do it to me. And the sooner, um, President-elect Joseph Boakai will begin to send that message that I'm not here to joke during this honeymoon period with the Liberian people, because this honeymoon period normally, is a short such short celebration of some big event. There's a marriage now going on, but at the end of this, there should be a honeymoon. Then you start the real marriage where all the challenges will start coming through. And the sooner he gets down, hit the ground running, definitely people it will begin to send messages in the spine of those who are coming in thinking that we did not get the chance, because that's one of the things, the contentions that was raised by some individual, that people are coming back because they didn't have the chance in the first round of the unity party to steal. And some of us will make the philosophical argument that you cannot judge something that has not been. So therefore, not because you think they were there before, so when they come now, this is what they'll do. Judge them by their actions. And I'm glad that Ambassador Buckeye came into being. Now we can begin to judge him based on his actions. And I'm truly I've no doubt that that he will step up from day one to the challenge, because you want to start raising the hopes of Liberia. We're destitute. What happened to us in the last 6 years is not something we want to see continue or foster going forward. Some of us are extremely nervous, thinking that they will say, you know what, let bygone be bygone. Look, if this was a song, I think I'll pay for them to ban it off the air. But we hope the ambassador will come in and come in with a strong message, so that those who are coming in thinking that they'll line their pocket up, and Stanton will be here to to prosecute them, definitely. But I mean, Stanton, maybe I'm ready to step back up to start the to what do I want to say? Take over. Sometimes we all need to run the show
To
sometimes.
moderate.
Yeah, I mean,
No
if you
problem.
can
The
call it
issue is that,
moderation.
listen, guys, and one thing I would not do on this show, to do this all the time. I'm glad that Steven is coming. Steven, I will ask the people from Class Reloaded whether they have given Steven a pass to come on Spoon. And I don't want to get in trouble with DeLon. But we have to continue with this, Mame. On a very serious note, if we can do this, other folks right now, imagine, then number two, people are planning to come and destroy this government. They are planning to go back into the old games. As much as we hold the government feet to the fire, at least, man, understand they have not taken office yet. Inauguration all the way January. So I think we'll do better. And whenever you guys ready to moderate, and which day we talk to Dr. Richardson, you moderate. Yeah. This is for everybody. And I think the nation, depending on Mame, Maxwell, Elvin Gray, Dr. Richardson, Stanton, Eugene Lamy Fagon, and Stephen Johnson are joining us. And Mo Ali that will come once in a while because he's busy now. But again, we'll share the information. People talk about Gibson, Jerry. Yeah, Gibson can come in with beat on him when he said nonsense. But we should elevate this. And I'm so glad that Liberians have appreciated all of our effort. We want to say, listen, you guys saw what happened today in front of the network, the station headquarters. Man, the motorbike rider, everybody went there to appreciate Spoon, to appreciate you. It was jam-packed. It was great. And we tell everybody thank you. So you don't forget, the election over, but we got to do one final fundraising. Don't forget. I think we'll find a day next week. We got to raise money, appreciation, and get people ready for the inauguration. Okay? We got to do this because it's the best thing.
And Stanton, we got to maybe raise money
Before we do that very quick, I beg you, Steven, let me wish Buffett Law. Maybe Diamond forget. Buffett Law is our engineer, the professional broadcaster, broadcasting engineer at the Spoon Network. Mr. Lord, happy birthday to you. We salute you. We wish you well on your birthday. My man, the picture are here too ugly, so I won't put it up. I will when you send me fine picture, then I'll put it up. Mr. Law, happy birthday to you, man. One of the best in the business in Liberia, Buffett Law. And you take over, Steven. Now, if you have your commercial, if you have your advertisement, you want to come on Spoon, please just reach out We will bring you on. If you get your birthday picture, your anniversary, you want us to share this information, do it the day before. We're begging you. You have my phone number. You get a cash app. I'm telling you right now, strictly business. Just send me your picture or your program information. You want this announcement, send it to me. Send the payment to the cash app. It will go straight to this network. And we are telling you, we're going to give you the time on the Spoon Network. Even when Steven Johnson is moderating, or Dr. Richardson or Fagon, we'll take a break and we'll just talk about your program. If you want to try tomorrow. Last week, I announced about Pastor Rema Church, the Lutheran Church in Trenton. When I did, I thank God Almighty. God led people to that church, Mommy. People went there, not because of me, but because I announced it. So I want to announce again, I will be at the Jubilee Christian Center here in Willingboro, Beverly. I will be there tomorrow. We got 4 Liberians coming there to meet me. I will send the address to them. It's Beverly Road. I will be there tomorrow in Beverly, New Jersey. Right here, maybe 10 minutes away from me. That's the church I fellowship with. I'm asking everyone, like a 4 individual that will be visiting me at the church, will be sitting and they're going to worship God. But they say, can we just see you? Can we just have fellowship in your church? We are inviting you. Please come. If you have your church announcement, your death announcement, if you have your birthday or your anniversary announcement, your program, your businesses, come to Spoon. Yeah, in America, in Liberia. Listen, go and check our start, mommy. 150, 200,000. Just on Spoon alone, not on Super, not on Fabric, not on Punch FM, just on Spoon alone. We are the biggest in the business. We are the biggest in the nation, and we are grateful to God. We want your businesses. That's a new day in Liberia. We want you to bring it. Reach out to any one of us. All right? The phone number is out there. Send me a text message. We'll tell you how much you're going to pay. We'll run your business here. You will not believe it. People will see you all over the world. We will take your picture. You got my phone number, send me a text message, we'll charge you. If you just feel like you want to put your picture up for 1 week, you will pay for it, we'll put your picture up. You tired of saying Mambe, we'll put your picture up instead of Mambe picture. Okay? We said thank you very much from my end. Steven, take us home. You wanted to say something, my brother.
Just before he comes in, I think this is a good opportunity for folks running resorts, real estate, and that people abroad, trying to come in, because inauguration is coming around, man. Advertise. Definitely, you'd be surprised how many folks who will book your hotel well ahead of this of this expectation. And this is one great way to advertise globally, especially if you have any kind of real estate or resort.
I just spoke to your cousin. I just spoke to your cousin directly. Now I understand why.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know. I work with him very closely, and I really appreciate how he handled things. But I'm grateful that he's there, and I hope that everything goes well.
Yeah, man. I'm not going to be part of it. But let me say, somebody asked how much for wedding anniversary announcement. If you want
to talk that later.
What is it?
I said we'll talk that later.
We'll talk that later. I can't answer your question now. I know you guys hear the information. I just want to announce to you, if you're traveling to Liberia, one of the best hotels is the Bella Casa Hotel that is owned by Amin Bodal. Listen, Amin Bodal is a friend. He's a very, very generous man. He have the buffet style on the weekend. You don't want to miss it. I'm telling you, I will give you the address. Amin Bodal have supported this network. The best, one of the best is on 10th Street, right, Steven? 10th Street?
Yeah, picture first, second street right there.
Yeah, right there. But again, we'll give you the address. We'll give you the information. One of the best is big. I mean, the entertainment, everything is unique. I want you to try it. He's very, very reasonable. If you go to Boulevard Parties, you'll be paying $350 a night or Royal. But again, I mean, it's a Liberian. He owned the Bella Casa Hotel. I am telling you, try it. If you don't like it, come back to me. We will run Amin Bella Casa Hotel commercial on Spoon, and he will sponsor this because a lot of us travel. We made a mistake. We go serve the other people, and our own. We have to appreciate that. Again, Bella Casa Hotel. Try it. You will enjoy it. Take us home, Steven Johnson.
There where Alpha always stops. He's there right
now. You cutting up.
Yeah. One of the things people are planning is for a national cleanup campaign ahead of the
Oh yeah,
inauguration.
somebody
It's a
told me that. You're
voluntary.
right.
It's a voluntary something. Yeah, so ordinary
Like
librarian, no, my man. Ordinary librarian want to take that initiative. They want buy their own brooms, their own wheelbarrows, and clean the country. Because Koji ain't able to, Koji can't clean that country. Right now, they're in a position where
Says here the man I clean it. And
say yeah, ain't clean the country. That assistant day you clean it. So they
No,
will
but
be
let me
coming
say
to
this.
us, and maybe we can help. Librarian people can contribute for us.
Bring them on, and let's talk
Yeah.
about it. Let me say this to every one of you. You are asking the number to reach is my phone number. I beg you, Diamond and Nursing, can you put it on very quick before we go? It's a 609-649-4206 number. Send me a text on Cash App or direct. We want to start running your commercial starting tomorrow. I beg you. This suggestion was brought in by Mama, and I think Mama is too basic, but we're going to find that special person and, work alongside with the network, Madam Titi Kane. We want commercial. That's the phone number you must reach. If they didn't answer, just text and they will answer you. We'll run anniversary, birthday, death announcement here on Spoon. We'll run businesses here on Spoon. We'll promote you like the world will hear you and know about you. We will have time to do this because we will not sit here and invent. I'm so happy, man. Steven Johnson, thank you for joining us, man. You come with great knowledge. We appreciate you.
What, Steven done now?
Yeah, over. The show over.
No, the man said you done with the other side.
No. But we don't do show regular every day.
But Steven, you belong on this show, right? Now let me say it in public. Now I know you belong on the show, right?
No. I mean, I'm making my business Tuesday.
They call it man Zizu.
Zizu.
Yeah, people talk about Zizu. But what does Zizu mean? What does Zizu mean?
That's Zidane. Zidane play for.
Go see the photos. The man on the Facebook page. Go see the photos there.
Yeah, don't inform.
Y'all, thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Come on, Nelson Colette. Nelson, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Thank you, Nelson. People are calling. Let's hear what they want to say. They're asking questions about this commercial. Hello.
Yeah, I just saw this number, and I will get back to you on Monday.
Thank you. Just send a message, send a text message. Put your information, and we'll be glad we'll share the form with you guys. Thank you.
God bless you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Yes, hello. How you doing, man?
Azi Asupa, what's up?
I'm at a lawyer that finna house my man. Every time you won't pick up your phone.
I don't even know who finna hear them. I say my in-law. Why you gonna love to my in-law? I know you. I know you. Yeah, what's up, bro?
My man had proposed to the last time.
My man, you on the radio. You better wait. Let's talk the thing later.
Take it for the radio.
I can't because we're taking calls down. So you might hit me out later. Send me a text.
Okay.
All right, brother. Thank you. The man will put the family story outside there. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you to you guys, and also I believe Steven Johnson is listening to me, even though he's not on there. This is Shem Sherman, with the phone. I mean, the UP, set up. He and I we had some long conversation before, and I've been trying to reach out to him, but he's not picking up.
Okay, I will tell him to call you. Just send me that text. Let me forward it to him, or I will put us on three-way. You talk to him, okay?
Send you a text message.
Yeah. Then I will put us on three-way. You will talk to him.
Okay. Well, what do you want me to say to him in the text?
I don't know what you want to say to me. I'm just trying to connect you for you to talk to him.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem.
All right, boss.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Timothy, call me back, Timothy, because I was on the other line. Hello?
Hello. This is Naomi. Hold on, let me just. Yeah, this is Naomi.
Naomi, you want to talk about the business? I'm interested in the business, Naomi. That's why the network is doing.
No, it's not a business.
So you don't get no picture to run your picture, Naomi. Hey, Naomi, keep on.
I just wanted to say thank you to you guys.
You're welcome, Naomi. Is that your company name, SKS Transport?
Oh, please.
No. Now you see, Now you see I get a SKS transfer. What's that?
I don't know what that is.
But why your phone number coming like that?
I have no idea.
Oh boy. Okay, sorry. I won't put you in situation.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate the staff, and I'm proud of everything that you do for your people.
Thank you, Mama.
I mean, we don't have much, but whatever we can do to help them, we'll do it.
Thank you very
again,
much.
And we love you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. So, folks, let's talk about this thing, Nelson. Very important. Yeah. We have to tell the people, Madam Titi Cannon, the CEO, wants us to announce this on Spoon Talk. You have a special time to run your, commercials and talk about your birthday, your anniversary, your death announcement, your business commercials. In Liberia, outside of Liberia, we will promote you, your church program, and everything. And we will announce it on the show, because it's the best we can do. So we invite everyone, please. The number is up there. If you have questions, send your text to that number. Madam Titi will respond. She will reply to you. She will tell you how much it costs. And, somebody's birthday is the 18th. Nikki Sylvester Bestman. You forget about that one, though. Sylvester Bestman's birthday is today. We wish him, his birthday is the 18th. My time, because it's the 19th now. We wish Nikki all the best. Sylvester Bestman is my nephew, the first grandchild in the family, the first nephew in the family. We wish him all the best and say happy birthday. Mr. Lord, the engineer at the Spoon Network. Today is his birthday too. Mr. Lord, we say happy birthday to you, Mr. Lord.
Wow.
Lord, we say happy birthday to you. So we wish all of our good people a special birthday. Sylvester, Nikki Bestman, we say Godspeed. Again, if you want to run all of you now, there's a new government, a new sheriff in town. Do not be afraid. We will overcome. Liberia will be better. Okay? We will say this all of the time. Liberia will be better. Y'all ask me about George Soto. I don't know what happened with George Soto.
Hey, don't try it.
Don't try it, man. Every day you ask me what George Soto is. I don't know. Hello? Hello?
Hello, CEO.
Yes, my man. What's up?
I'm doing good. I'm calling from Minneapolis.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to tell you, I don't want to discuss it on air right now, so I would like you to check your WhatsApp or regular message.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, bye. All right. We'll take 5 more calls because we got hungry by. Hello? Hello? You know what I'm going to eat? I'm going to eat at Subway, Jen. I mean, Nelson, I get your money, though. I get money, but I don't know how to send it. You have $400 for the passport. Yeah, it's $400.
Oh, wow.
That $400 they raised for you that day.
Excluding sending fee, eh?
No, what do you mean excluding sending fee? How do you get it? I'm going to use that money to go eat Subway. Hello?
Wow. Yeah, that $400.
But man, how you quiet? Listen to that thing. That thing can hear my head, man.
Yeah.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello?
Yes, please answer the phone, please. How you doing?
Hello?
Yes, you live.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh boy. And my own cousin calling me. Then he calling me on WhatsApp.
Wow. Cousin. Yeah, because
he calling me on WhatsApp and he calling me and he radio in Atlanta City. He calling me on WhatsApp. Let me see if I can find his number, man. Yeah. But maybe it may get business for us. So we try to answer him. Yeah, that people can get BB business. He can do BB thing. So let me try to see if I can find him. You see? Oh, my man. The thing just going fast, so I can't find my man. You gotta call me back. I can't even find it. No, this phone. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Stanton. This is Georgie Jensen. I interested in the business part because I own an African store.
If I give that announcement tonight, you will cash out me. Don't let me give that announcement. If you call that business name, I will tell you cash out.
I
Okay.
will. I will.
All right, so what's your business name?
It's called UNI International Market.
Where is it located?
In Maryland, Harford County.
You got to give the full address.
It's 1018 Edgewood Road, Edgewood, Maryland, and the zip code is 21040.
So it's UNI African Market?
UNI International Market, yes.
What do you sell at the international market? What are some of the things?
I sell moi, I sell kitchen, I sell flour, so everything that you think.
So take a picture and send it to me, all right? And again, we announce it, and I will send you the form for you to fill up. Madam Titi from Liberia will send that to you, and then we will give how many days you want us to run your commercials. Everything will be on it. The UNI African Market. What's your name?
My name is Georgie Jensen.
Georgie. So you see, Jenna made that big announcement. When people go to your store, you will put the spoon flyer up front. Okay, we'll send it to you too.
And my next question will be: we donated for the election. All right.
Ask your question.
Question will be: we donated to the election. How are we going to Liberia? Because I'm leaving from here to go Liberia. How can I get a ticket to enter?
Boy, how you gonna get a ticket? To enter the inauguration?
Yes.
You gotta wait. So after they give the final announcement on Monday, the people are working on these things. Everybody will have the chance to go for the inauguration. That announcement will be made on Spoon and other radio station. Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. You and I send the cash app. Thank you.
All right, I will.
All right. Appearing, we're doing good. Hello.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes. My name is Rifa and members.
Can you lower your radio, please, or your TV?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Talk to us then.
I just wanted to know because we have an organization, ALUSA, All Liberian Engineering USA, and I want to know how, if an organization to advertise, how much.
Send me the text message. You already called the organization name, so you owe my cash app. Once you call that name, it means that you already advertising. But send me a text message. I will send you the information. I got to send all these things to Madam Titi, okay? Because they are doing it from the network, but you will be appearing on Spoon Talk, the biggest in the country, and I serve Liberians in the diaspora, okay? So send me the text message, and they will send you the form. You will have to fill it up, and everything, the agreement will have to be made, okay?
All right, I will try first to. All right, that will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see the disrespectful dogs. You see them backing. You hearing that, right?
Yeah, in the background.
Somebody is coming in the house. So once the alarm go off, they start back. So, but you know, that's the good thing we want to run. Okay, my cousin coming. You see, this guy is so smart. He calling me from the private phone. Okay. So I got two. They one I want everybody call on. So he called me from this one because I family now, so he knows my extra number. Hello? Yes.
I wanted to say something on air. I was hoping you could allow me to.
You are on air. You are live. Talk to me.
Okay, so here's what I wanted to say. For many years, we've heard about the separation between like the problem with Liberians coming from America trying to go into Liberia to do businesses, right? And having issues with family members taking money from them, people not like helping them with their businesses and stuff. But I wanted to commend Nelson and the whole team at Spoon for what they have showed, right? You trusted them and your whole team in Liberia to take this business and take it somewhere. And just look at what they have done so far with it. And with this happening, right, I'm just trying to say to the Liberian people that are in Liberia that they too can help Liberians outside of Liberia build Liberia if they can be like Nelson's and of the next businesses of people who wants to come from outside the country to come into the country and do business. Because if they to all of us.
Thank you very much, DJ France. We appreciate you. And again, my regards to Auntie and the rest of the family. Thank you very much. Yeah. That's what happened with your internet.
Yeah, my internet breaking, but I
That's
think
what
it's
we
good
are.
now.
I'm looking at CNN, right? They just
Mhm.
announced Jose Yiman Boakai, President-elect Republic of Liberia. That's why it's a good thing. CNN, check your CNN.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's
I'm,
a good thing.
okay,
And
I'm seeing it there in the back. I see a
you're not
portion of
even
the
seeing
screen.
it. You're not even seeing it too clear.
No, I'm seeing a portion there. The letters strolling
Scroll it down, right?
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's good. That's good. That's
But,
beautiful.
but see, yo, I mean, with the results now, I mean, any media institution, anyone who can do the calculation will certainly go about uh, uh, doing just that, because the 0.42 that's remaining cannot even take the ruling establishment up to 50%. If you take all you give it to them, it will be 49.5, 1%. So
Yeah, it's over, man. It's over. We kick Joe Man and we are out. It's over. We've done. I will talk with
yeah.
Joe Man and we are done tomorrow. Starting Monday, I will not be talking about him again. It's over. You feel it? Yeah. That was my mission, you know. That was my mission. And we did it. Thank God it's over. We move on. But again, I want to say to everyone, please, you got my phone number. If you want to run all your commercials and you want to do anything, just text us. I will send the information to Madam County and the staff at my bureau. They will reply to you. And you have all the Liberian owned businesses here. We got to promote it. From Minnesota, there's a lot of them in Minnesota, and that's a good thing. Listen, Liberia would be, they will not be spectator in their own land. They will own rice factory, they will own sugar factory, they will own cement factory. We will go and fight the Lebanese. We'll not drive them away, but the competition will be so high. Liberia will not be spectator in your own land. We'll do everything possible that you will reap and enjoy the resources of the country. May God bless you. May God just show his face upon you. You are blessed. If you're around the corner, I will say to you, you can join me for service tomorrow at the Jubilee Christian uh, Jubilee Christian service. We are right down. And if you're around Trenton, you want to go to the Lutheran Church, where Pastor Raymond Carlson is pastoring, and the Redeemer Lutheran Church. If you're around Williamboro, and you can drive over. You can come to the Jubilee Christian Assembly, where Pastor James, Adamo James, is pastoring. Okay, um, and you Jubilee Christian Worship Center, and you will be blessed. Good fellowship, good singing. We invite you, join us, and let's celebrate to the goodness of the Lord. If you want to promote your talk show, you want to promote anything, send us the information. We'll play it for you. We try our best to make the station a 24-hour station. Sometimes you see, even on the late night politics, Nelson Cooler will run your commercial as well. We give the people the information to you and say, wow. People will come to your business area and say, who sent you? Spoon. I saw you on Spoon. I saw it on Spoon. We'll put it on all of our pages. We'll promote you like nobody else can. We want to encourage each and every one of you. Be involved in Liberia owned businesses. Be part of it. Promote Liberia's small businesses, okay, and encourage. That's what we do. From the bottom up, we got to grow. We say thank you very much,
Yeah.
and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same station. We are not sleeping, folks. You see me here, you see Nelson, and again in the day, you will see somebody. This network will be 24/7, moving, 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 moving. I finish my own. Nelson coming there. When Nelson finish, that you can come in the morning, right?
Yeah, Yekezi, Emmanuel Daily.
YKZ do it own. From YKZ, then come back again. You see, CNN 24/7 will be 24/7. We got to be
Yeah.
on top of the information. Let God bless you, yeah. Let God keep you. Have a good evening. Good night.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, CEO. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you for making up time to be here with us. Thanks to you in the comment section for making your contribution there. Thanks to those of you listening to your radio. We appreciate the fact that you charge your radio, you buy your batteries, and you make up time to follow the Spoon. We appreciate you for being a part of Spoon Talk today. And to those of you watching, whether on our social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on Facebook, we want to say thanks for watching. If you are one of those who would love to follow via the YouTube handle, we are on YouTube. The YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So thanks to all of you on YouTube who have been following the program as well. And yes, we'll be back tomorrow with another edition of the program. Spoon Talk will be back. As you know, Spoon Talk is Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. Till we come your way again, my name is Nelson Colette. Thanks to all of you, and have a good night.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skibidi dabado.